Okay, I want to call this meeting of the Oregon Board of Forestry to order, and first we'll do our roll call. Nils Christofferson. Here. Cindy Deacon-Williams.
Here.
Joe Justice. Here. Jim Kelly. Here. Brenda McComb.
Here.
Mike Rose is not here. I'm Tom Imeson. We do have a quorum. I'll remind people once again that this public meeting will be live streamed all day so that it's helpful for those who have electronic devices to silence them for the duration of the meeting. I also want to note that the board will meet in closed executive session starting at 3:45 today pursuant to ORS 192-660-2H. The purpose of that session will be to confer with legal counsel regarding the board's rights and duties related to current litigation or litigation likely to be filed. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. All other members of the public are not allowed to join. We will adjourn this meeting directly after the executive session is done, so we won't come back for any further business. Also, in order to ensure that the board has the opportunity to conduct all the business on the agenda for its meetings, public comment for agency topics will be limited to no more than 30 minutes and received upon conclusion of the topic's presentation. The sign-up sheet is available for public comment on a first-come, first-served basis. So let's now proceed with the consent agenda. Is there a motion for approval of consent items A through B? Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion or questions? All those in favor then please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. And we'll now move to the State Forester comments.
Good morning, folks. Today is National Administrative Professionals Day, and this day provides us a welcome opportunity to recognize a remarkable professionalism and positive contribution our skilled administrative staff brings to our daily workings here at the Department of Forestry. I am fortunate to receive exceptional support from Brandy Ritter, who has continued to maintain a high level of performance of our executive support team. I want to thank team members Heidi Emk, Crystal Bader, Kristen Whitney, and Megan Ennell, and they all understand I butcher names all the time. And special thanks to Hillary Olivos-Rude, who has raised the level of board support. And finally, thanks to all of ODF's administrative staff here in Salem and throughout the districts. We could not do our job without these professionals. Please help me recognize them. Thank you very much. I always like starting off on something nice.
Are you warning us?
Yeah, no, I'm all positive today. And I'm going to talk about some things that are always constant with this change in our executive team. And as you've seen through previous emails, Lena Tucker has been selected to serve as the next Deputy State Forester. We're taking a long transition. I've asked Travis to be here through June, and so Lena will begin her new role full-time on July 1, although she's taken up some of the duties already. Travis Medina will remain in service to the executive team throughout the end of September, providing support for the Governor's Wildfire Council and additional capacity for agency leadership through the fire season. So he'll be returning to his duties as Eastern Oregon Area Director in October 1. And I'd like to recognize Mike Shaw and the others in Eastern Oregon area who have stepped up to fill in behind Travis while he's served us in Salem. With Lena moving into the Deputy State Forester position, Kyle Abraham has been selected as the new Private Forest Division Chief. And as you know, Kyle has been serving as the Deputy Division Chief for Private Forest. And he will also begin his new role full-time on July 1. And we're excited to welcome Kyle to the executive team. And finally, Joy Krasik has joined the executive team. Joy, please stand up. As our Public Affairs Program Manager, bringing nearly 15 years of experience in public sector communication. Joy came to ODF from the Department of Revenue. We stole her from Satish. He's not happy. Where she led their communications operations. She has a master's of public policy and strategic public relations and has spent her early years of her career as a journalist and later as a non-commissioned officer in charge of Army Public Affairs Unit. She currently lives outside of Dallas with her husband and 2 highly energetic rescue dogs, and I'm pleased to welcome her to ODF and looking to working with her on the executive team. Thanks. And I'm going to thank Ryan Gordon. You've seen him around at the board meetings for the last 6 months or so. He has stepped up and took over as program director for public affairs and support for the board and the executive team while we recruited for the position. And he'll be returning to his private forest duties on May 1st. And he's taking a well-deserved vacation now, and he has a big smile on his face. Oh, I did have one sort of thing. It's time for your board self-evaluation. It's time where we prompt the board to conduct their annual self-evaluation of performance and meeting best management practices and governance. This is also one of our key performance measures. And so Bill Herber, our Deputy Director for Administration, will follow up next week with a survey and an overview of the process. So just a reminder, that'll be coming your way. So moving on, as you know, we're in a full legislative session, and I continue to appreciate the number of ODF employees that contribute to bill analysis, drafting of testimony to prepare myself and division chiefs for appearances at committees down at the Capitol. The primary natural resource issue is debating a cap and invest policy, which will cap carbon dioxide emissions from regulated entities, including electricity generators, natural gas suppliers, transportation fuel importers, and industrial manufacturers with greater than 25 million metric tons of CO2 emissions annually. Proceeds from sale allowance would be invested in climate adaptation and mitigation practices. We submitted a white paper to the Office of Carbon Policy on potential investments in working forest. They included 4 broad categories: fuel reductions, urban and community forestry, ecological and riparian function, and management planning and estate planning. So specific things that could be invested in terms of mitigation. We also provided testimony. We'll be covering that late in agenda topic 4 to the Joint Committee on Carbon Reduction about forest ecosystem carbon. We have also responded to and provided testimony on bills proposing amendments to the Forest Practices Act and special assessment tax rates for forest lands. We've also provided testimony in regard to several bills restricting or outright banning the aerial application of pesticides. Earlier this month, we passed a deadline in the legislative session with only a few high priority bills remaining alive, none of which are related to the topics I just described. I will highlight 2 bills that have moved on that the board heard about in March. The Committee for Family Forest Lands, Oregon Small Woodlands Association, Thousand Friends, discussed the forest dwelling allowance legislation for a second dwelling on forest lands in March to the board. That bill and House Bill 2225 relating to forest template dwellings were modified and approved by committee and passed the House, and they are now in the Senate. And I know at the board meeting, the sense there was that they were not moving forward. So there was work that was done with the committee, and amendments were drafted, and they both moved forward and passed the House. So more to see. It still has to go through the Senate. We are still waiting to hear definitive news about our budget. We have not had a second phase hearing scheduled with the Joint Committee on Ways and Means Subcommittee on Natural Resources. Some of the things going on, Representative Marsh has prepared a forest fire and forest resiliency investment package for 20 positions that include 9 of our top 10 priority positions in our policy option package. The remainder of the positions are more focused on creating resilient forest and include 7 wild and urban interface foresters and additional state forest positions. The representative and stakeholders worked with us in crafting the package, and but we have heard that there's also competing proposals for increased capacity. So we actually really appreciate the interest in getting us additional capacity that is currently going on in the legislature around fire and fire response, but cannot support any requests not included in the governor's budget. So we support the governor's budget. And then also at the request of the Legislative Fiscal Office, we did resubmit information on reduction options. So still swirling around and waiting to hear more on our budget process. The Revenue Committee did hold a hearing on our harvest tax bill, which is a regular bill to set the harvest tax rates associated with our Forest Practice Administration. It was held in conjunction with House Bill 2495, which proposed a major harvest tax revision that created a wildfire suppression fund that would parallel our Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund, essentially collecting money to provide the same functions as the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund. However, the new fund would have to be fully exhausted before the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund could be expended. So this approach would complicate our financial tracking. We would have to administer the new fund with a already understaffed finance program. So those both had public hearings, but there has not been a work session scheduled. My last topic is going to be the Governor's Wildfire Response Council. As you have heard, the council's tasked with reviewing Oregon's current model for wildfire prevention, preparedness, and response, analyzing whether or not the current model is sustainable given our increasing wildfire risk. The council membership includes representation from a broad range of interest, and the council does intend to take a broad view of wildfire response as well as impacts of public health and the economy. I'm providing direct support to the council, and Nils is serving as the ex officio member from the Board of Forestry. The council is chaired by Matt Donegan, who's developing an agenda around 3 committees: mitigation, suppression, and fire adapted communities and recovery. And so if you're at all familiar with fire, that's the National Cohesive Wildfire Strategy. And we're looking at all aspects of that within the council. We're most heavily engaged in the Mitigation and Suppression Committee. The mitigation will focus primarily on federal lands and has a good connection with our federal forest restoration program. And Chad Davis is providing support for that committee. Joe Ferreira is a chair. The Suppression Committee is moving rapidly towards a report to the governor at the end of September. That committee had its first meeting on April 12th in Springfield. It's chaired by Ken Cummings and staffed by Travis Medema and other support. The committee will build on the Secretary of State audit, fire program review, and work on the agency initiative. So there's a lot of work already completed for that. They have developed a work plan, and they plan to address the short and long-term sustainability of our fire organization, funding structure, the wildfire insurance policy versus self-insurance, protection on Bureau of Land Management lands, approach for unprotected lands, and future partnership with the Forest Service. The Fire Adapted Communities and Recovery Committee will focus on land use planning, public health impacts, and economic recovery after fire. This committee will help develop recommendations on approaches to helping communities adapt to, survive, and recover from wildfire impacts. The council met the first time on March 18th at the World Forestry Center in Portland. Governor Kate Brown opened the meeting with reasons for creating the council and the increasing challenge of wildfire. The theme for the meeting was, prioritizing partnership and coordination emerged from remarks given by federal leaders, including the USDA Undersecretary Jim Hubbard and U.S. Forest Service Chief Vicki Christensen. And they stayed for the first half of the meeting. And then they had to leave to go to a meeting in Seaside, which we attended, where we spent 2 days with all the line officers in the Forest Service, envisioning how to move forward on shared stewardship. Both myself and my counterpart, the state forester from Washington, and his staff were there. It was a really uplifting meeting, 2 days. They're really talking about a culture shift in the U.S. Forest Service, so very positive. Matt Donegan in the governor's office also showed up at the Forest Service meeting. You know, there's a nexus between the council and shared stewardship. Shared stewardship's a longer term document for agreement on how the Forest Service and the state will work together going forward. It was great to represent ODF alongside with our partners at the first council meeting. In my opening comments, I made it clear that wildfire response is the single greatest risk to our agency. The March meeting theme was, why are we here? You know, essentially defining the scope of the problem. Paul Hesselberg discussed fire ecology and the scale of the challenge of restoring fire resilient forests to the Western United States. The remainder of the day was discussing environmental, social, and economic implications. Topics included ecological integrity, public safety, human health, environmental justice, electrical and water infrastructure, public finance and government program delivery, forest products, tourism, and other industries. So just kind of that reflects the breadth of the council. The second meeting was held yesterday in Salem. The theme was what we need to know. And Matt opened the meeting with council deliverables, organization, and work plan. And that was followed by an Oregon State University panel. And the panel focused on sort of decision support tools available to the council in incorporating best available science. The remainder of the meeting was spent discussing the Suppression and Mitigation Committee work plans, including deliverables and relevant background. And the meeting closed with a council discussion on priorities and trade-offs on Oregon's wildfire prone regions. Before I turn it over to Niels and Joe, who also attended, for additional comments, I will mention that Jason Miner from the governor's office wanted to be here to provide testimony in this session, and that he's hung up with Natural Resource Cabinet, which he couldn't miss. So he'll be coming later to talk about the governor's perspective on forest policy in Oregon. So any comments to add about the committee?
I mean, I think the first thing, I just want to restate what you sent out by email, which is with the Wildfire Council in front of us, and my serving on that council as liaison for the board, and Chad staffing the mitigation committee, that's really the focus of the board subcommittee on federal forests, along with providing support to you and Chad in the conversation and negotiation around the shared stewardship agreement. So that's our subcommittee agenda, and given the meeting schedule for the Wildfire Council and the committees, we're unlikely to meet otherwise. So that will be the focus for the near term for our subcommittee.
Thank you.
Yeah, Peter, I was just really encouraged, as an Oregonian, to go and see that meeting, and I think to identify as an Oregonian just the scale of the problem that they're being to educate. 6 million acres of restoration that needs to take place. The understanding that this isn't going to happen overnight. This has taken decades to get us to where we are. So, living in Eastern Oregon for the last 20 years and hunting and coming to Eastern Oregon my whole life and seeing the changes. It's encouraging. As a forester, I think about those things, and now finally we're trying to educate the public as to the problem. So I'm very optimistic, very encouraged by it.
Yeah, and the breadth of the committee is what's gotten me encouraged. If the council can really come up with a strong recognition, they represent a broad range of interest, and there's a lot of tension about what the solution is. I think that's been identified up front. The balance of timber monetization versus other resource monetization. So it'll be an interesting discussion.
And I like the way Matt kind of challenged council members to talk about it, to discuss it, to educate people about the scale of the problem and talk about how the solutions, how we might reach solutions. So no, very encouraging.
Hey, any other board comments outside of the meeting? All right. We do have public comments. Conrad, Mary, and Nick.
Good morning. My name is Nick Cady. I'm the legal director of Cascadia Wildlands. We're here this morning, the three of us, to present a petition. It is a petition we submitted it yesterday afternoon, but it's a petition to designate resource sites for coho salmon. So for all federal and state listed species, the board has a requirement to inventory and designate resource sites and develop rules to protect these resource sites if it would conflict with forestry practices. The board is considering later today the Marble Murrelet resource site technical report that was developed by the department that they put a lot of work into. This is the same process that would go through those similar steps that the Marble Murrelet is kind of wrapped up in the technical report now. This is going to be the first time that this board has done this for an aquatic species. To date, I believe there's 4 or 5 species that the board has designated resource sites for. They've all been birds. So it might involve some kind of novel approaches that, and perhaps some adjustments to what has been done in the past. So I think largely it's catered towards birds in the past. Of course, the board is not considering this petition today. We simply wanted to introduce ourselves and field any preliminary questions that you have about the petition. Because resource sites are created by administrative rule, this is technically a rule-making petition. And so the board has 90 days to either admit or deny this petition. To be clear, the board has a non-discretionary statutory duty to designate these resource sites for listed species. So we would recommend that you grant the petition. But I am going to pass this over to Conrad and Mary to kind of discuss a little bit more of the details of the petition.
Chair Imeson, members of the board, Forster Doherty. My name is Conrad Gowell. I'm here in my capacity as the fellowship director with the Native Fish Society. I have spoken to you before, and you are probably aware we have over 4,000 members and supporters. The Native Fish Society envisions a future with abundant wild fish, healthy rivers, and thriving local communities. In our effort to cultivate a groundswell of public support necessary to revive coho across Western Oregon, we are here with 19 other organizations in the fishing and conservation categories, inviting you to consider this rulemaking petition. As a third-generation Oregonian, I'm keenly aware of the shifting baselines that have taken place around coho salmon. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the story of coho in Western Oregon, but I think it takes a hard look back for all of us to really think about what coho used to symbolize to people of this region, even before it was a state. There have been several sacrifices by members of our community over the past 20 years since they were first listed. There have been severe reductions in harvest. Hatchery production has almost entirely been resolved along the Oregon coast. And there are very few barriers now in terms of hydropower dams that inhibit this species. So when the National Marine Fisheries Service finished their recovery plan just a few years ago, they leaned heavily on reforming forest practices and other impacts to fish habitat. As a reminder, these fish were first listed in 1997 in the Southern Oregon, Northern California population, in 1998 along the Oregon coast, and in 2005 in the Lower Columbia. So this is not a new story to many of you. We find it is a time that is important now to act. It kind of baffles me that we're still having to designate resource sites this many years down the line, but we find it to be very important. As Nick mentioned, I think the aquatic nature and how aquatic connections are made between forest and river habitats makes us have to redefine how resource sites are made and how we think about them. Personally, I have snorkeled many miles of the Oregon coast, and I witnessed stream buffers that have been blown down where there's not a tree standing next to streams. And I physically entered into a place where forestry has taken place and felt the temperature increases. And I can see the differences underwater when I look at the juvenile fish that are present there. So this isn't just something that people are making up or an administrative procedure. There are real consequences to what is being done on the ground. I think we need to consider our actions moving forward. Lastly, I just wanted to draw your attention to the legal requirement to consult with tribal and sovereign nations on this issue moving forward, and to be able to consider environmental justice issues. I think those are often areas that don't get the attention that they really deserve. And as we move forward, especially as we are considering what a resource site is, reaching out to those communities is going to be increasingly important. So thank you for your time, and I'll hand it over to Mary.
Good morning. My name is Mary Skurlock. I'm speaking as coordinator of the Oregon Stream Protection Coalition. You will all probably recognize that most of the members of my coalition also appear as petitioners on the document you've received. We think that this petition for rulemaking provides an opportunity for the board to take a hard look at the current water protection rules through a different and more inclusive lens than, for example, occurred under the Protecting Cold Water Rule. Looking at coho salmon provides a perspective that brings in the full suite of watershed functions and processes that create healthy salmon spawning and rearing habitat, and how forest management affects them. All of that is on the table here. As has been mentioned, this board has a duty to determine how coho resource sites will be described in rule, and we have included all three non-extinct coho salmon populations, Southern Coast, Oregon Coast, and Lower Columbia, in the petition. That decision is one part of what you're being asked to make. The other is to identify the impacts from forest operations that will be considered conflicts. And the third piece is to determine how those conflicts will be avoided. The petition before you presents informed proposals about these items, and we rely heavily on information from state and federal listing and recovery planning and related documentation. But the board, it was encouraged, as is your duty, to consider all best available science relevant to this question to ensure that you are making an informed decision. While this process has not been used for aquatic species, it is not the first time that this board has considered the impacts of forest practices on coho salmon. So I'm going to recognize that because I was involved in that effort. It's been over 20 years, though, since the Forest Practices Advisory Committee was assembled to consider water protection. And that was in a different construct of a collaborative committee with, frankly, a fairly unclear mandate. And some limited analysis progress was made as a result, but very limited. And I think at this time, it is important to take a fresh look in the context of a resource site protection request and the considerable amount of new science relevant to watershed processes that has come to light, and very importantly, renewed and different expectations for the weather patterns that we're going to be facing under climate change. So we hope that this is taken as a constructive frame of an important and very real problem that will be additive to the efforts already being undertaken in a more narrow effectiveness parameter by parameter type of construct, and bring the focus up to the full range of Oregon surviving coho salmon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. Any questions? Thanks. Yes.
What's the next step? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Peter's got a
Okay.
comment.
I'll talk about that. We actually are currently analyzing the petition, which I think I first saw at 4:00 yesterday, so I won't say I've done any detail, but it does, as they say, formally petition the board under ORS 527-710-3 to collect and analyze the best available information on coastal Oregon coast coho salmon, conduct a resource site inventory and identify resource sites as suggested, and adopt the above suggested rules to protect resource sites. And so this is very much like for those that were here during the Marble Murelet petition, they are correct. The board within 90 days must consider the petition and make a decision whether to deny the petition or initiate rulemaking. If the board initiates rulemaking, it is not bound by the proposed language in the petition, but can come up with its own language and own approach. If the board denies a petition, it must do so in writing. The board has broad discretion on this, and staff may make recommendations, but ultimately it's the board's responsibility to respond. So what we would do is continue to analyze the petition and evaluate potential board responses. The department analysis will identify pros and cons of alternatives and their consequences. So we would bring, a staff report to you within 90 days, and help discuss what your alternatives are. But it's the board's decision whether to initiate rulemaking.
So it'll be back before us within that 90-day period, along with public input and comment. And
June or July meeting.
Correct.
yes. Any other?
Does that get your question? Thanks.
Thank you. We also have some future natural resource leaders here this morning who would like to address the board. Is that right?
Yes. Do I need to talk to the microphone?
Mhm.
Yeah, because we are
And formally identify you need to formally identify yourself for the record.
Yes. I'm Kirk Hutchinson from the Future Natural Resource Leaders of Oregon, the Executive Director. Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Imeson and the board for allowing us to speak today. My name is Kirk Hutchinson, and I am the Executive Director of the Future Natural Resource Leaders of Oregon, known as the FNRL. And I have with me some students and others who would like to speak to you about our organization and the effect that CTE education has on them. And I would like them to come up and give their name and their introductions. Go ahead. You'll just have to talk about the mic.
Hi, my name is John. I'm a senior and I go through the Schellenberg Technical Skills Center through their forestry program.
Could you speak closer to the mic, pull the mic up a little bit towards you? Thank you.
My name is John. I go to the Schellenberg Technical Skills Center. I'm a senior and I attend their forestry program, and it's really taught me like what I'm gonna do with my life. It's given me passion towards forestry, and I'm really thankful for the opportunity to attend this program and attend this meeting.
I'm Grant Clemenhagen from the Schellenberg Skills Center. I'm a junior, and this is my second year in the program. I love the program. It's taught me about careers in forestry, natural resources, and it's kind of given me options about what I want to do for a job when I get older.
Hi everybody, my name is Patrick Brewer. I'm an alumni of Schellenberg Technical Center for Forestry. I'm in my second year of college, currently enrolled in Mount Hood Community College, Portland Community College, and Clackamas Community College. And I am going to school next year at Oregon State for forest restoration and fire. And I really just would like to say how much this program has given me the opportunity to just kind of figure out what I would like to do with my life, because before, without this program, I had no clue, as many high school students. And also through this program, I was able to get involved with wildland firefighting, which is really where my passion lies, because through that program, I'm able actually to work with Oregon Department of Forestry during the summer, which I am extremely grateful for.
Want our whole spiel right now, or just an
introduction?
No. So good morning. My name is Ryan Froke. I'm a graduate, Class County High School, currently finishing my transfer degree from Lynn Benton to Oregon State, pursuing degrees in forest engineering and construction engineering management. Yeah, I guess we'll just leave it at that for now.
Hello. As I said, I'm Kirk Hutchinson. I work with these students and others to provide experiences above and beyond the normal classroom. So career technical education is what in the old days was something called vocational education, and now we call it career technical education. The Oregon State Department of Education approves high schools to have programs in career technical education. Our state specialist in agricultural and natural resources is Reynold Gardner at the State Department of Education. Once Reynold approves a teacher in a program at a local high school, they are required to have a career technical student organization, and that is what the FNRL is. Future Natural Resource Leaders of Oregon is the student organization for programs that have a CTE program. There's other CTE programs like FFA, FBLA, HOSA, different ones depending on what you're doing. So FFA is for agriculture, HOSA is for healthcare, FNRL is for forestry and natural resources. It started 2 years ago with, 3 years ago, with Reynold and our state advisor who is here with us, Peter Metzka, over there. Peter works through OSU and the Clackamas Extension Office, and he's a state advisor. He, Reynold, and a group of teachers started this organization so that forestry and natural resources could be recognized as a viable option for students in a career pathway in high school education. FNRL, as I said, provides experiences above and beyond what students get in the classroom, and it is a proven educational model that students that participate in career technical education graduate from high school at a higher rate. They have better success in college, and they do better in lifelong learning and skills. And so we're very happy that this program was started and that we have the opportunity to give kids these experiences in forestry and natural resources. We have a number of activities that we do with our students, both on a local and a state level. The state level activities include a fire school where kids go out and learn how to fight wildland firefighting. We just did that a couple weeks ago. And the Oregon Department of Forestry Sweet Home Division puts on that fire school for us, along with many other volunteers. We have our state convention, which is coming up this Friday and Saturday. We have an Envirothon where students learn about all kinds of scientific and technical environmental activities. And then each school has local CDEs that they put on for a variety of things. We have leadership activities, we have technical activities, and we have skills activities. So I'll turn it over to Ryan to say any comments he might have.
Yeah, I got a little bit written here. So as I said, my name is Ryan Froke. I attended Class County High School, and there I took 2 years of forestry and a year of wood production. So I'd just like to take a minute to speak to the value of these programs and how these programs have continued to positively impact not only my life, but the lives of hundreds of current and past FNRL students across the state of Oregon. So in my 2 years of forestry, I learned a lot of things, how to splice 9 a cable, to map reading and timber cruising. Competed in a lot of physical events that, those were fun, but, the ones that really started to pique my interest in a forestry career were things like written expression and prepared speech, both of which challenge students to research and educate themselves on various natural resource topics like sustainable harvesting and fuel reductions programs. So it opened my eyes to a whole new career path that had not yet, or I had not and otherwise wouldn't have considered. Opened doors to various scholarship opportunities and led to the development of many professional relationships. So my senior year, we received a career technical education revitalization grant from ODE. And with part of that grant, we invested in a circular sawmill. And so with that mill, we were actually able to produce enough lumber to support both the schools, middle school and high school wood shop and construction classes. Due to limited funding, those programs would have been canceled because I couldn't, provide materials for that. We were, with the help from a member of the head sawyer from Stimson Lumber Mill there in Class 9, he came out and taught us all the safe practices when running the saw and, the techniques to minimize waste, maximize productivity. And it's also benefited the school through the construction classes use that wood to then go out and, build sheds for people and do fundraisers where they raffle off a shed or whatever. And, sort of giving a return on the investment back into the school's career technical education program there. And personally, it has helped me. So since graduating, I still coach and help out with the competitive team there. So I've been able to use a lot of the cedar one by that we mill up there, building like Adirondack style patio furniture, things like that. Is largely paid. It's paid for a pretty good chunk of my schooling there, doing that in the summer. And as I said, I'm in the pursuit of a forest engineering degree. FNRL provides a unique and exciting opportunity for kids to become involved in a team dynamic while learning both practical skills and those specific to degrees in forestry. Such skills have led countless kids into careers in the logging and milling industries directly out of high school and provided many more with a foundation of knowledge integral to the success of those seeking secondary education in forestry. I can say for myself and many others confidently that if it were not for FNRL, we would not be where we are today. Thank you.
Any other comments? Good. Do you have any questions?
We all appreciate coming here today and really wish you
All right, thank you. FNRO makes a positive difference in the lives of members by developing their potential for premier leadership, personal growth, and career success through a natural resource education. And we thank you very much.
We have two others joining at this point, Chandra Ferrari and Clatsop County Commissioner. Oh, okay, sure. Oh,
I don't have anyone joining me.
you're on.
Good. Thank you for allowing me to go earlier in the agenda today. I have to return to Clatsop County for a budget meeting. I'm just here to give you brief comments. If I were here longer, I would be talking about the Habitat Conservation Plan. I just want to once again confirm our desire to have a habitat conservation plan. I'm a little disappointed that we have to delay it a year. I mean, it's been extended a year, but I am going to trust in the process. And what I would like to also say is that I appreciate the diversity of comments that we're getting here today. From the environmental organizations to the young people that are looking to a career in forestry. And that's the crux of what you all are facing, the wide range. Mr. Doherty talked about all the different topics that you're talking about and under this umbrella of forest management. But I think that there's also a larger truth that we get from knowing, I'm sorry, I just want to encourage you to listen to the scientists that have spent a lifetime studying the different processes that are involved in the forests and the animals. I mean, if you look at the marbled murrelet, what a wonder, what a history that is. An ocean bird that lives its life in the ocean and comes back to the coastal forests to nest and regenerate. And are we going to be able to count all of them? No, but do I believe that they're there? Yes. They're almost like a symbol of faith. And I'm asking you to, I'm sorry, I want to encourage the diversity in thought. I believe the timber industry and the traditional jobs that have kept Oregon what it is, those voices are very well represented. But let's think about the creatures and the values that don't have a voice, but are true all the same. So I need to stop. Anyways, thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. We'll now move to agenda item 2, the Oregon Forest Resources Institute Values and Belief Survey.
Chair Imeson, Board of Forestry members, State Forester Doherty. I'm Mike Clossy with the Oregon Forest Resources Institute, and with me today is Michelle Neese, with President of DHM Consulting, and we're going to talk about the Values and Belief Survey that we completed in January, that actually DHM completed for OFRI. And I just want to start with a little context, especially for the new board members. OFRI is a state agency. Our mission is education. Education to the public, primarily about the forests of Oregon. And in order to do education to an audience, you need to understand the audience. And the whole purpose of the Values and Belief Survey is to help us understand what Oregonians think about forestry so we can help educate them. We do this in cooperation with the Oregon Department of Forestry. They've been a partner in everyone since I've been with OFRI for the past 16 years. In this study, ODF actually came up with some of the money and helped us come up with some of the questions. So at the end of the presentation, Michelle's going to talk about the specific ODF questions, and I think you'd be interested in those. But I think you'd be interested in all of them. And so I'm just going to turn it over to Michelle, and thank you for letting us be here.
Yes. Thank you all. I'm happy to be here today to share some of our results and sort of continuing that theme of hearing from a variety of voices and perspectives. That's what this work is about. Oh, disappeared. Okay, thank you. We want to be able to hear from everyone across the state. As you know, the people who can come here and share their perspectives is a small percentage. And so really our work is to try to give you that broader context, and we hope that the information helps you with your work going forward. I am not going to be able to share today the results of the entire survey. That would take too long. We're going to focus on Oregonians' core values and beliefs around forests and forest management here in the state. And we also are going to be able to show you how that has changed or remained the same over time. I want to point out that we did an online survey of 800 Oregon residents. And when I compare to the past, those previous surveys were done on phone. And so I just want to preemptively acknowledge that that makes a little bit of interpreting change over time uncertain, because you can never be entirely sure whether that was true change over time or whether it's because of the change in methodology. When those come up, I will try to point out, but for example, one of the things we know is that people on the phone tend to have more extreme opinions, very positive, very negative, and people online tend to say, I don't know, more often. This survey took about 13 minutes to complete online, which is actually a fair amount of time. That allows us online to also give people some good descriptions of what we mean, and so we were able to use that. And we use best practices in the industry, quotas, and weighting to ensure that the results are representative of the population, with that margin of error around 3.5%. So we'll get started just by some of our first general questions about forest and the wood products. And the question, one of the first questions we asked was an open-ended question. And we asked people in their own words to tell us what they value most about Oregon's forests. This chart shows you the words they came up with top of mind, and the size of the word reflects how often it was mentioned. And here in Oregon, when people think about the forests, they first think about beauty and scenery. That's where their mind goes first. And if I clump all those words that have to do with beauty and scenery, that was about 42% of responses. The next most common response was about recreational activities, hiking, camping, fishing. Those responses together accounted for about 26% of people's top of mind thoughts. And the economy, all the different words related to jobs and economy, rounded out at about 16%. And so you can see that people first think about forests in the way they connect with it most often today, the beauty and the scenery. This is not to say that people don't think of forests as in terms of the economic benefits at all. In fact, when we asked them which industry was the top in their part of the state, 1 in 5 pointed to forestry and wood products. This does differ by where you live. So if you're living in the Portland area, it's closer to 12%. Along the Willamette Valley, about 27%, and those in the rest of the state, it's actually 31%. And so I think that probably makes sense to us. It reflects the actual place of the industry in different parts of the state. We also asked people to rate how favorable they felt towards specific industries. And what you can see here is that Oregonians are most favorable in their impression of agriculture and the forestry and wood products. And you can see that's a difference of about 20 points between agriculture up there at top with 79% favorability and construction at 57% favorability. And for both agriculture and forestry and wood products, the dark green is how many people were very favorable. And really to have that level of positivity, 46% means a plurality of strongly favorable, is fairly unique among industries, as you can see. I also point out that the views of forestry have actually gotten more positive since 2015. And so you can see that in 2015, the sort of light gray bars, agriculture was up there on the top, sort of in its own field, and forestry has moved up into the top tier alongside agriculture and standing out from the rest of the industries. For those people who said, yes, I have a favorable impression of forestry, we asked them why. And in their own words, most people tell us, the most common responses were around economy, that the industry is a major employer, it provides jobs, or that just more generally, its contribution to the economy of the region and the state are valuable. When we asked those who had an unfavorable impression of the industry, which we note was 72 people, so not very many, the biggest reason for that unfavorable impression has to do around loss of trees, whether they use deforestation, loss of trees, or even clear cutting there at 13%. Just that physical, maybe even visual impact of seeing trees go away is what leads to that negative impressions. I will also note that the public's use of words like deforestation might be different than your understanding of those words. Alongside that high favorability and the positive impression is, however, the fact that knowledge about the industry is continuing to decline. So here I actually went all the way back to 2010 to show you how many people say that they consider themselves very knowledgeable or somewhat knowledgeable about the industry. And that number has been steadily declining from 81% in 2010 to 55% this year. And I think especially dramatic is that change in very knowledgeable from 1 in 3 in 2010 to less than 1 in 10 today. And I'll point out later that we have some internal validation around that, because I asked them later about their knowledge about some regulations, and people who know more about regulations also said here that they knew more about the industry. So it's nice to see that there's some validation for their self-assessment. And speaking of those regulations, here are the results again, showing you changes over time in how the percentage of the public who are aware of the existing Oregon laws around 3 key protections: protections for fish and wildlife, replanting after harvest, and protection of water resources. And this was a simple yes/no question. Does Oregon have this or not? And what you can see is that about 7 in 10 believe that Oregon had each of these laws, but that number has gone down. The gray bar is from 2015.
You said it was simple yes/no. Was there a don't know?
There was.
Okay.
And in fact, it is not because more people are saying no, it's because more people are now saying, I don't know. Right? So here, the number of people this year, the dark gray in 2019, who said don't know around protection of water resources was actually 1 in 3. And about 1 in 4 were unsure of whether Oregon protects fish and wildlife habitat. Even more revealing, I think, is I looked at how many people said yes to all 3. 51% said yes to all 3, which is pretty surprising to me in the sense that if you have these 3 grouped together, even if I show them to you in random order, you might think people would learn that the answer might be yes, or just guessing. But in fact, that 51% who said yes to all 3 is a really good sign that this is a need or an opportunity to educate the public about what we currently have.
Do you have any question that gets to whether some people are saying that they don't believe there is protection for those resources? Is there a difference between those that don't think there's anything protecting those resources and those that know there are provisions that protect it, but they think the protections are inadequate?
These questions don't get at that question of inadequacy. We get at it a little bit around privately owned forest management. And I believe I'm showing you those results in a minute. And I think throughout, I would ask you to keep this slide in the back of your head as we go through some of the others, because I think it sort of lends a very important foundation for understanding some of the responses.
I know some folks that if asked those questions would say, no, those protections don't exist, based on not the fact that there's no provisions in law for them, but that they don't think there are adequate provisions in law so that the resource is not protected. And so it's kind of I'm not sure quite how to interpret the answers if you don't make that distinction.
Right. I wonder if some of those people might be saying that I don't know, rather than saying no, there's no law about that. But we don't know. We'd have to have more conversations, and that is definitely one of the limits to a survey, whether it's on the phone or online, is that inability to really dig into why. And that's the sort of question that focus groups, for example, are really good for. So we can really dig into there, understand the nuances a little bit better. One of the questions we do ask is whether people agree or disagree that the state of Oregon is doing a good job of enforcing forest protection laws. And that number has remained steady over time with a solid majority, 73% this year, agreeing that the state does. Okay. We also spent some time talking to people about forest management. An interesting question we introduced this year was we asked people to indicate how much of Oregon's forests they believe are managed by different entities, including state government, federal government, and either private companies or families and individuals. And the results were somewhat interesting. We have in blue what Oregonians think, and we have in green what is true. And what you can see is that they're fairly close on the allocation of lands owned by private companies or families and individuals. And even their total then around government is fairly close, but they have a pretty big misconception about how much of the forests in Oregon are managed by state government versus federal government. And I will just point out that we find over and over that people who've lived here longer and people who are older tell us they know more. And this was another case where they were right. They did know. So they were still off, but they were more accurate.
And my guess would that would suggest to me that more people respond to this from the west side than the east side. But, do you know if that's true?
Well, this might surprise you. So actually, well, this won't surprise you then. People who live in Oregon outside of the Willamette Valley and Portland area were more accurate, but they were still pretty far off.
I would guess that the fact that we have state parks all throughout the state affect that number. So they're not making the connection to the forest. They're just, but thinking of all those state parks, I'll bet.
Yes, that was some of our speculation as well, right? It's also interesting to look over time at how well people think those entities are doing at forest management. So here I have state and federal government in color. And first I want to point out that people believe the state of Oregon does a better job than the federal government, and that's true of almost all government services. If I ask people how well their city's doing compared to the state, they think their city's doing better. What's ever closer to you, you usually have more positive opinion about. But for both, opinions have actually risen over time, which is somewhat interesting in light of the fact that maybe knowledge has actually gone down over time. And then perceptions about families and private companies have really stayed stable over time. Okay. We were able to ask a few more detailed questions about private forest companies. And so I think that first question gets back, Cindy, to you, and we asked people how well they believe private companies are doing at replanting trees after harvest, protecting fish and wildlife habitat, and protecting water supplies. And we gave them some information leading up to this about the size, the amount of acres, and who some of those large landowners might be. And what you can see is that a majority think private companies are doing well at replanting trees after harvest, and that opinions about that are 10 points higher than when it comes to the other protections, water and habitat. And I think just also point out that there was a shift upwards from 2010 to 2015 in positivity about replanting, and then everything that has just sort of stayed stable since then. Okay. We also did ask about whether people think Oregon's current laws are strong enough to meet their concerns about the management of private forest land. So it only partially gets at that bigger question. And again, remembering that 51% knew all three regulation laws. When we asked them, are existing laws strong enough, 42% say yes. And this is a fairly substantial drop since 2015. And 39% are not sure. And again, some of that change might be due to the methodology. I will call that out because we shifted from online to phone. That's a pretty big shift. Usually we're talking about more like 10 to 15 points increase, and this is quite a bit beyond that.
Is this just as 51% that knew about the laws that are answering this question, or everybody, they may not know about the law, but they do have an opinion about how strong they are? Is that correct?
Yes, this is everyone. Okay. Okay. We also asked them some questions about clear cutting. And about 4 in 10 say that some clear cutting should be allowed, Even though only about 1 in 4, 23% think that clear cutting is acceptable. So that really tells you that even people who don't really like the idea of clear cutting have some openness to whether it should be allowed. But the number of people who agree it should be allowed has dropped since 2015. Okay. We asked people to rank their top concerns about clear cutting so we could try to understand that a little bit more. And the top concerns really focus on those areas that regulations are meant to address. So one concern is disturbance to animal habitats. 77% think that's one of their top 3 concerns about clear cutting: soil erosion and disturbance to the water system. So that's really where the public's priorities clearly are. Okay. The next questions were those that were included in conjunction with ODF. And the first question was, we asked Oregonians to tell us which of the following is the biggest threat to Oregon's forests. And we gave them these options. Wildfire was the biggest threat that people saw, with 29%, and 20% said not enough forest management. And we actually defined that for people. We had forest management specifically delineated as thinning trees, prescribed burning, and removing small trees and brush. So, and I will say that wildfire comes out at top, but that somewhat matters around how long you've lived here. So people who have lived here for at least 30 years actually have said not enough forest management was as important as wildfire, even though that difference isn't that big right now. They were the same. And I would also say that for people who have a college education, climate change was as important as wildfire. So there are some nuances to how the public thinks about this question. We also asked people, what would they do if they had questions about the safety or the health of a tree near your house? And I think this was to support some of the ODF's work around urban forestry. And we said they could rank up to 3 actions they're most likely to take, and calling ODF was right up there at the top, along with looking on the internet or calling a local tree company. I think that is somewhat surprising, that in the sense of, I think the lack of awareness. I wasn't sure if people would make the connection, but that definitely speaks well to ODF's presence in the community, that it would be one of the top of mind resources. Also related to the idea of how do people see trees in their everyday lives, which for many people is in their neighborhood. Overall, Oregonians are very positive in how they regard trees in their neighborhood. It's essential to their neighborhood's health and well-being. And so that information really just sort of helps give an understanding to how typical non-rural people view trees. And I will just point out that we only asked this of people who lived in a setting other than a rural setting. Okay. We also gave people a list of 17 activities and asked them which they were most interested in doing. Here's the ones that were chosen by at least 10% of Oregonians. You can see that day hiking, camping, picnicking, fishing are all popular activities for Oregonians. And then backpacking, boating, and bird watching are done by maybe fewer, but still relatively popular. All right, so trying to tie it all together to sum it up, this tells me that Oregonians view forestry and the wood products industry favorably, but knowledge of the industry is declining. They also lack awareness of current legal protections. And those two features together suggest that there's some need to do some public outreach for people. Right now, the public has a positive attitude toward the industry, and they are inclined to lean that way. But when there's doubt and uncertainty, that's also an opening for other stories to bubble up and impress themselves upon people. And I also just want to note about the clear cutting. They are concerned about clear cutting, and they're most concerned about the change to wildlife habitat. So I think that is, that gives some guidance as to where some education could occur. And certainly continues to confirm the importance of continued outreach. And just to keep in mind, I said this earlier, but when we think about who lacks knowledge about the industry, it is younger residents and those who've moved here within the last 10 years. And so in that sense, continue to track public's attitude, I think is helpful. I hope it's helpful to you. And those are some initial thoughts on where to start.
And I think we have some time for questions.
Yeah. So as Oregonians become less knowledgeable, but their attitudes towards forestry have become more positive, so what do you attribute that to? Do you attribute that to your marketing campaigns as the primary factor, or is there something else you can point to?
It's a good question. I do think some of the knowledge level about the specifics of reforestation, protecting of waters, and protecting of wildlife are a direct result of some of the outreach public education that we've been doing. If you remember, there was a time in some of the slides that Michelle showed back in 2010 where all of those numbers were lower. 2010 came right after the recession. We're totally funded on timber harvest tax. So no timber harvest was down, tax was down. We cut way back on our educational advertising in 2010, and we saw boom. And so that was the first thing we put back. We've been pretty stable since then, and I think that's made a difference. I really think the lack of knowledge, though, is reflective of new people moving into Oregon. I mean, I do a lot of public speaking, presentations to Lions clubs, Rotary clubs, whatever. And I would say 10 years ago, there wasn't a group I talked to that didn't say, oh yeah, my brother works at Hampton, or my father-in-law is a truck driver, or yeah, my dad's a small woodland owner. You'd hear that all the time. I'm hearing that less and less in Portland and Salem. So I think some of it is just a disconnect of the new people moving in and the traditional role of the forestry. So I think that's some of it. I don't think the lack of knowledge is because we're not teaching enough, but obviously we need to teach more.
And then one detail in the presentation on the clear cutting, I saw the two numbers in terms of how people are looking at it. But you didn't present the number of how many people just disapprove of it.
Well, if 23% find it acceptable,
what was the number that they
were absolutely horrible
in your presentation?
Because we always do absolutely great,
favorable, not the unfavorable.
Oh, all right. Sorry, I have to. So they rated it on a scale of 1 to 5, and so the average was 2.6. So the average is actually neutral. And you're gonna make me dig here.
They have incredible cross tabs.
So how acceptable? So the people who rated it, the sort of bottom of 1 or 2, was 41%.
41%.
41%.
And then sort of an unknown percentage.
Yeah, so you have 24% are that neutral 3, and then you have 12%, I don't know.
Yeah,
thank you.
Good question. Others?
I don't know if it's going statewide, but I know down in Southwest, OFRE's obviously currently involved in a fairly major ad campaign. I think if I'm on evenings when I've got the TV on, I probably see your ad 4 or 5 times an evening, regardless of which channel I'm on. So you're doing pretty blanket coverage. I'm wondering what drives when, where, and what intensity you run your ad campaigns and how it links to the survey.
Perfect. Good question, Cindy. So actually we do one ad campaign a year, and it's always in the spring. And because we know people don't watch as much TV in the summer, winter, it's more expensive. So spring is a good, affordable time. We work with our ad agency, and they basically, we have so much money that we spend, and we want to hit the 4 major TV markets: Portland, Eugene, Bend, and Medford. We hit all of those markets. So that's how we do it. And it's really based on, we have X amount of money to spend. But one of the things with TV stations, especially in a small market like Medford, they often don't have enough ads to fill all their spots. So when they have a buy that's pretty good size, like Ofri, they say, okay, you know, we can do 5 spots a day, but we have all this blank spots. Let's just run Ofri. And so I think that's been happening in the Medford market this year, which can be good. In terms of what we advertise,
it's so frequent, it almost feels like closing weeks of an election. I mean, it's just hitting you all the time down there.
So in terms of what we do base it on the values and beliefs. So some of the 2 ads that are running now, one of them is about wood and wood products, because we thought we would try that. But one of the things that we've seen with the lack of knowledge on the forest practices, most likely as we go through our new creative for next year, we're going to be getting back to basics and less focus on things like wood.
Yeah.
But Mike, you're not targeting Medford any more than you're targeting.
No more at all. We have X amount of dollars that we spend through the agency, and we want to divide it up by eyes. So Portland gets the largest share, then Eugene, then Medford, Bend gets the smallest share. But we don't say, yeah, run these ads in Medford. No, it's just a set amount of dollars, and we have the ads that we're running. And we tend to run 1 week on and 1 week off, just so we don't get that saturation. You just probably are watching TV only on our on weeks. So you're getting a bonus.
Yeah, getting the
Good
bonus.
question.
Yeah.
Very observant.
And given the some of the regional differences that you've seen in your survey data, do you try to tailor your message to the different regions, or does everybody get the same message?
That's a really good question. So far, everyone's got the same message, except we had a ad campaign a couple of years ago. It was very focused on reforestation. And we recognize that in the Bend market, the Eastern Oregon market, there's not a lot of reforestation. It tends to be selection management. So instead, we invested our advertising money through the Deschutes Forest Collaborative Project, and they were doing outreach on federal management and collaboratives. Other than that, we're still, when we're talking about water protection, wildlife protection, it's pretty universal. And right now, our ads are on water and on wood, and that should be the same everywhere. But it costs a lot to build the ads, but it costs even more to run them. So Oregon's not really big enough that we divide up the market in most cases.
I would just supplement that when they're developing the creative, we often go back and say, well, who needs to learn the most? Let's make sure the creative resonates with them, that they have a positive, reception of the messages and the images, so that we know it's a little bit of tailoring that way. It's the most efficient way to do it, rather than having multiple separate ads.
And we do target our ads very much. They put them on shows based on, this is the audience we want. We also do Hulu and YouTube, because we know the 30-something audience isn't as likely to sit on they're not on the wire. So they watch those shows, and so we target ads for those, because that's a very important audience segment. The 25 to 35 young women are very important for thoughts in Oregon.
Yeah, I guess that says something about the color of my hair. I haven't seen you on Hulu or YouTube.
I know. Good.
So I've got one other comment, maybe a piece of advice, but I noted you publish every year this little forest facts brochure.
Every 2 years.
Or every 2 years. and had just read through that. And I was struck because I think, you know, our forests are so affected today by climate change. And, you know, with our longer fire seasons, blah, 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 blah. And it just didn't speak well of the credibility of your organization to not even mention it in that brochure. And so that's, my comment.
That's a great question, Jim. And I would say twofold is what we tend to do is there's a certain amount of the data that we report on every single year. And this was a skinny issue, so we didn't have a special topic. We do have special topics from time to time. We had one on wood last time. We've had one on the Forest Practices Act. We had one on the economy. This time, since we're doing an economic study separately, we didn't do a special one. Next time, however, we're in the middle of starting a big thing on carbon and forestry. So we very well could have that as a special issue. It'd be more likely that we would talk about forests and carbon than forests and climate change, just because the data doesn't present the same way for a little book. Whereas if you're doing a bigger report, you can deal with climate change. And to look at climate change beyond the interactions with forestry, you know, that's really somebody else's job. But we will definitely be talking about climate change in forests and carbon. But to get the climate change and carbon thing, that's not a forest resources issue. That's a geoscience issue, I think. Beyond our scope. But certainly forests and climate are our scope, and forests and carbon is definitely our scope. And thank you for reading the book to notice that. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
We're going to deviate a little bit from the agenda. You've seen, as Peter mentioned, outset this morning. Jason Miner is going to survive, so we'll ask him to come forward now. Jason, so thank you. Nice to see you. Appreciate your
push. The one that says push. And what's the right 16 inches the distance in this building as well as the building I originate from? Great. Thanks, Chair Imison. Thanks to the board and everybody in attendance for making time on the agenda for me to drop in and offer some comments. For the record, my name is Jason Miner, and I'm the Natural Resources Policy Director for Governor Kate Brown. And I wanted to take the opportunity to describe the governor's vision for Oregon's forests and for the Board of Forestry. It's always an interesting reflection that I often get to meet board and commission members as they are moving through the appointment and confirmation process with the Senate, and often have fewer interactions with them afterwards. And it's good to be back today and to talk a little bit about the governor's vision for forests and for the board in particular. And I think I'd begin that by saying first that the governor has been a leader on advancing policy to address climate change for her entire career, including the coal to clean legislation. In my time in the governor's office, executive orders facilitating adoption of electric vehicles, and legislation this session to become the second state to adopt a cap and trade system for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and that's HB 2020. And SB 928, which are alive and well over in the halls of the Capitol. Oregon's forests in that vision, I think, can help the state be a leader in addressing climate change. Forests sequester carbon, and Oregon's forest lands are a powerful asset in a world seeking solutions of any kind to climate change. Both government and private entities should be able to derive economic benefit from the carbon value of Oregon's forests, whether in exploring the value of carbon credits on the Elliott State Forest or continuing to advocate for benefits to the forest products industry and to the state from the proceeds earmarked for carbon reduction in a cap and trade system. The governor has been consistent in advocating for a significant role for Oregon's forests in mitigating climate change. The governor expects that climate change mitigation and adaptation are a part of any and all policy conversations that we have. And I convey that pretty, I think that's conveyed in a meeting which, which the State Forester, Peter Doherty, is a part of every 2 weeks. And that's where the Natural Resources Cabinet comes together in the governor's office and discusses how natural resource issues that go across agencies interact and how we can work together across agencies, across the entire administrative branch of government to advance priorities that have multiple aspects. And there's probably no better example of that than the cross-agency effort that we're making to elevate climate change as a concern, whether it be land use planning, water resources, or the Department of Forestry. So this would not, should I appear at all 14 commissions of the 14 natural resource agencies, I would say the same thing. Climate change is a part of all policy that the state's considering. I mentioned climate adaptation and mitigation as a priority, and I want to shift now to a second priority, and that's more along the adaptation lines. The governor created through her budget in December and through executive order in January a Council on Wildfire Response. And the council is charged with developing strategies for the long term and strategies around wildfire mitigation, suppression, and community adaptation and recovery. Yes, some of this work has been done before, but the political will to develop a long-term funding and structural solution to help the Department of Forestry has not yet gelled. Oregon is a national leader in fire response, but the costs in dollars and the impacts to the department's goals when fire season clears out the halls and when that fire season is longer and more intense than ever before, that impact is unsustainable. What differentiates this council is the breadth of membership designed to build statewide, economy-wide, interest-wide support, a breadth of focus with mitigation and recovery added to the list of tasks for them to address in addition to suppression, which was ably addressed by the department's effort, I believe, in 2016. Do I have my year right? So mitigation, suppression, and adaptation to fire and the roughly 50% of wildfires attributable to a changing climate is a critical mission of the department in the governor's vision. And I just want to take this moment to extend a profound thank you to State Forester Peter Doherty, to Travis Medema, Chad Davis, to Nils for volunteering to be the board liaison, and to Tom for talking with me about the council prior to its launch. It's now had 2 meetings, including a meeting yesterday, and I appreciate your dedication and your willingness to dedicate time to this. I also want to reflect for a moment on the governor's recommended budget and the POP that the agency put together, and speak for a moment on I think in working with boards, commissions, departments, and stakeholders, people may not know exactly what the governor's recommended budget is and how it's approached. As a team, we've come together and make recommendations to the governor as to what to include. I met with you at your retreat on the east side of Salem while the agency POP was being developed, and I want to clarify here and publicly in this forum that I think that was a fantastic POP. I think it was a well thought out. I think the department did great work. And I make recommendations to the governor during that budget process based on a whole suite of factors. We came up with the idea that really the purpose of the governor's budget should be to look towards this long-term solution. Short-term solutions for this fire season or next fire season, specific asks, perhaps associated with positions requested by the department, the POP. We never had any doubt that the legislature would take those up during the 2019 session and try and craft the right approach that matched with legislative intent. Ultimately, the governor proposes and the legislature disposes. So I think I want to clarify that the fact that I should also clarify that I never really had $20 million to play with in that process anyway. But the fact that the POP itself did not make it into the governor's recommended budget, nor any subset of that POP, does not reflect a value judgment on the department's work or the value of that POP. Ultimately, it reflects that there are legislators deeply involved in this issue who are going to make that decision anyway. And I fully believe that that's happening right now. And that the shot we wanted to take was trying to solve this problem in the long term. And that's the purpose of the council. Moving to a third goal, the governor is also committed to expediency in pursuing a habitat conservation plan for state forests. For the governor's office, for the governor, the HCP is the priority on state forests. The governor is deeply committed to working on habitat conservation plans, both in the experience in working on the Elliott State Forest, but also in looking at the state forest program and what's the right pathway forward. Specifically, I think she is convinced that we need consistency and predictability in the future production of wood products from state forests. We also need measurable, legally defensible conservation outcomes to keep state forests working. I think in that vein, the governor is strongly committed to the greatest permanent value approach and sees the habitat conservation plan as a way to manifest that approach with specific targets, measurables, quantification in it that's helpful and offers transparency. The risks of litigation and the challenges of managing in a complex environment are just too great. The HCP approach offers that guaranteed revenue, stability, predictability, and the transparency I just referred to. And so she is keen on and pays keen attention to the habitat conservation plan efforts. I wasn't able to attend the last Board of Forestry meeting, but I do understand that the timeline on the HCP is somewhat longer than expected due to the contract coming in or the funding for the contract coming in about 6 months late in the past year. And I'd like to be able to convey to the governor that the department can meet an aggressive HCP timeline and moving forward and continue to meet what I think is a prioritized, fast timeline, because she really is watching to make sure that that provides some stability to our state forest program. I know she would like to come to meet with the board in the fall to discuss forests, climate change, wildfire, the topics I've already addressed, and the habitat conservation plan and habitat conservation planning in general. And I'm sure that that would be a great opportunity for a check-in on where the HCP process stands. If there are any ways that we can help in the governor's office, I look forward to conveying those as well. And I was fortunate enough to be meeting with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service last Friday on sage grouse conservation planning in our SageCon effort, and to talk with Paul Henson from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and he conveyed on that he has a lot of confidence both in the DSL HCP process and in the Board of Forestry's HC process, and that the contractor, and as I understand from a conversation with Peter, perhaps the contractors that are working with you on the HCP process, ICP, if I have their acronym right, they're some of the best in the business, and he has a great deal of confidence that that'll move forward. But Governor is keenly interested in seeing that be successful. And lastly, I want to thank you all for your service. As I said, I tend to meet you at the beginning of this journey or this odyssey and not always meet you further along the way. And I am happy to be here today and happy to be here in the future. And the governor looks forward to being in the future to have a closer relationship. I think the Board of Forestry has one of the hardest volunteer roles in state government. Second, perhaps only to the Fish and Wildlife Commission. I also want to thank the staff for your service, and I want to acknowledge that the state forest leadership and staff, Liz Dent and crew, have done a great deal of hard work to bring financial stability to the state forest program. With restructuring and staff reductions, the state forest program is moving to a business efficiency model that I think was recommended to you by external consultants. And I think that's fantastic. I think that model is designed to be more effective and more efficient. Even as a layperson wading into the issues, I understood some of the structural reorganization around issues as opposed to geography, and it sounded like a model for approaching more efficiency on costs of the state forest program. But I also want to convey that I believe you have the governor's support for pursuing revenue diversification on the revenue side of the revenue expense equation of the state forest program to help fund the myriad services that state forests provide. In particular, I know you have the governor's and the governor's office support for looking for ways to find funding to support the recreational obligations on state forests, ecosystem services provided by state forests, and other questions about the revenue side that challenge the financial viability of state forests. And in fact, I think the way I look at it from the outside is that, we've made some really hard decisions at the department, and you have made some really hard decisions around financial stability that shouldn't rest solely on the shoulders of staff. In many ways, staff reductions and reorganization are things that are experienced by people in their day-to-day lives. It's their jobs, it's their location of work, it's their commitment to state service. And with many of those changes having already been made, it shouldn't be the only place, from my perspective, speaking personally now, where some of the cost equation in state forests should be affected. Now that some of those hard burdens have been borne by state ODF staff, I see it as a incumbent responsibility that the governor would support looking at the revenue side of the equation and how we diversify revenues on state forests, including looking at new opportunities. And I'd be happy to invite that the board might consider working with stakeholders, that the Board of Forestry itself might work with the governor's office on proposing ideas for that revenue diversification on state forests that can be brought forward to the 2021 legislature. I think this is an idea that's been kicking around for a while, and manifesting it in actual policy conversations in the 2021 legislature is probably a necessary step to moving towards more financial viability. I don't know who the right entity is to build the political support for that. Like the conversation I just had about fire, ultimately ideas need to have broad support to move through the legislature. Solely the support of the department and the governor's office often isn't enough. And so I invite the conversation about where do the ideas originate and who moves them forward, and how do we get buy-in about revenue diversification on state forests. But I do think the target should be 2021 legislative session. And with that, with a suite of thank yous that have accumulated over the past months, and some conversations about where the governor's priorities rest within various programs, including climate change, the Fire Council, and the HCP, I'd like to conclude and just say thank you for making time. I know it wasn't on your normal agenda. I'm open to any questions. Okay, and I do expect, I expect the governor will come in November to follow up on these issues as well, and just have it'd be a great opportunity for a conversation with the board and the work ahead. Thank you, Chair Amison. Thank you, board members. Thank you, State Forester.
Yeah, we'll take like a 10-minute break now, and then come back for our next item.
Come on up.
Okay, we are reconvening now. And Peter, you're going to introduce this topic? Okay, thanks.
Morning, Chair Imison and members of the board. For the record, I'm Peter Doherty, the Oregon State Forester. I'm here with Andrew Yost, who's our resident carbon expert. We're adding some capacity given the amount of work we're doing and the importance that climate mitigation has to the governor's office. I will be presenting an overview of the information in from the draft forest carbon tables that will be included in an Oregon Forest ecosystem carbon report. But the first part of the thing will be a kind of review of climate policy in Oregon as related to the Department of Forestry and the Board of Forestry.
Chair Imison, State Forester Dougherty, members of the board. My name is Andrew Yost. I'm the forest ecologist in partnership with planning, and I'm here to talk to you today about this presentation that's getting put up there as we speak. There it is. I titled it The Annotated History of Climate Change Related Policy in Oregon as it relates to the Board of Forestry, and it's organized by decade. Thank you, Chad. This document was created to provide a quick look at the history of significant efforts to develop climate change policy in Oregon, especially with respect to forestry. These efforts include legislation, task forces, agency reports, significant meetings of the Board of Forestry, subcommittees, and work groups. Oregon Department of Forestry has been involved in Oregon's planning process related to climate change since 1990. The first feature we want to point out for this update is the 2003 Forestry Program for Oregon that was not in the initial history document when we produced this in 2015. The actions for strategy G, which is enhanced carbon storage in Oregon's forests and forest products, include promoting carbon storage in trees and forests, predicting how management and wildfire affect carbon pools, promoting carbon offset markets and benefits of wood products versus higher carbon alternatives. That's, I think, the first time that climate change and forest carbon were entered into the forestry program for Oregon. So climate change policy in Oregon really took off in 2007 with passage of House Bill 3543, which has become Oregon Revised Statutes 468A.200. The legislation recognized that impacts from global warming on forest health could impact the economy, environment, and quality of life in Oregon. And Oregon's forests play a significant role in sequestering atmospheric carbon. And losing this potential to sequester carbon will have a significant negative effect on the reduction of carbon levels in the atmosphere. House Bill 3543 established the Global Warming Commission and the Oregon Climate Change Research Institute. I want to draw your attention to that legislation, which was Section 12, which directed the Global Warming Commission to track and evaluate the carbon sequestration potential of Oregon's forests, alternative methods of forest management that can increase carbon sequestration and reduce the loss of carbon sequestration to wildfire, changes in the mortality and distribution of tree and other plant species, and the extent to which carbon is stored in tree-based building materials. Next, I want to point out in that history document the 2010 Climate Change Adaptation Framework. This effort was initiated by Governor Kulongoski's request to the directors of several state agencies to develop an adaptation plan for Oregon. Department of Land Conservation Development led this interagency effort. And I want to point out from that 2010 Climate Change Adaptation Framework, recommendations on research priorities and implementing a framework, which I'll talk about some accomplishments from that, following that framework. Currently, the DLCD is in an effort to update the framework and is expected to produce a report sometime by the end of June. So following that publication of the Climate Change Research Adaptation Framework, we were, I'll back up. The framework called for more research on the risk of increased forest wildfire and the changes in the geography of trees and other plant species from climate change. To answer that call, we contributed to research on how climate change is expected to influence the climatic suitability of large wildfires in Oregon and Washington through 2100. That first paper you see, the normal fire environment, modeling environment suitability for large wildfires using past, present, and future climate normals is what I'm referring to there. We also motivated research that developed the tools for analyzing remeasured forest inventory plots to quantify changes in the geography of trees and other plant species. The article on the right-hand side represents that effort that we motivated and is titled Evidence of Tree Species Range Shifts in a Complex Landscape. We currently have an agreement with Institute for Natural Resources at Oregon State University to apply these analytical methods to the forest inventory and analysis plots for Oregon, with a final analysis completed in 2020, when all field plots will have undergone one remeasurement cycle. So moving on, in 2011, the forestry program for Oregon was updated. The actions for Goal G in the 2003 FPFO were modified somewhat and became 7 objectives in the 2011 update to the FPFO. They still deal with some of the same themes, but the wording was a little bit different. But more importantly, climate change was addressed in Goal C, which was dealt with protecting the productive capacity of Oregon's forests. That entry was to promote consideration of alternate climate change adaptation and mitigation scenarios when planning reforestation and vegetation management. Goal F deals with forest health, and that entry with respect to climate change was to promote integration of climate change assessment, mitigation, adaptation strategies into planning, decision-making, management, restoration, and public information efforts. In 2013, we developed a climate change section to the Emerging Issues Work Plan. The board approved that work plan in 2013, and in 2015, the board adopted the recommendations from that effort, which closed out the climate change section of the work plan. This history document was part of the recommendations from that work plan, and the recommendations also targeted the forestry program for Oregon and each of the agency's divisions, including protection, private forests, state forests, and resources planning. The board directed staff to begin the process of integrating recommendations regarding climate change adaptation into regular agency business planning and budgeting. Recommendations for the board focused on updating the current forestry program for Oregon or developing a more specific policy document. The board should consider whether objectives related to climate change and forestry should remain as is or expanded. And for the last slide, I want to talk about the 2019 Forest Ecosystems Carbon Report. So with funding provided by the Governor's Office of Carbon Policy, this analysis and report will provide Oregon with a forest carbon accounting framework that was initially pursued by the Global Warming Commission's Forest Carbon Task Force on 2 different occasions. The first occasion resulted in the 2020 roadmap that we put together, and the second effort was in 2016 and 2017 with the Forest Carbon Task Force. I want to say that the Forest Inventory Analysis Program provides a long-term forest monitoring system for evaluating forest change over time, and for the first time in its history, they have remeasured all of their plots. In 2020 we'll have all of those remeasured for analysis. And I think that's all I have to say about that, because Peter will talk about more of that.
Yeah. Well, so I'll go ahead and start talking, and you can just catch up with slides. They're pretty close to what's in your book. So the department did enter an agreement with the Office of Carbon Policy and the U.S. Forest Inventory and Analysis Program, or FIA for short, to develop a forest ecosystem carbon report, which will provide summaries of total carbon, forest carbon stocks and flux by ecoregion, ownership, forest type, and forest pool. Yeah. Well, no. The forest inventory data and analytical methods for the carbon report are consistent with the methodology that's being used for an analogous study in California The same methodology is being used to produce similar information for Washington State, and coordination among the states will provide a regional analysis and coherent assessment of forest landscape carbon dynamics on the West Coast. We have established a forest carbon stakeholder group to maintain an open and transparent process in this analysis, and the work of this group is documented on an ODF external website to ensure transparency. Next slide. The Forest Ecosystem Carbon Report results are calculated from field measurements taken on permanent plots on both public and private forest land at regular grid spacings across the state. Generally 1 plot per 6,000 acres. The Forest Service intensified the plots, so the very dark green, which at this scale you can't see the plots, are 1 plot per 1,850 acres outside the wilderness areas, bringing the total plots to 9,439. As Andrew mentioned, FIA data supports a long-term forest modeling system for evaluating forest change over time. Next slide. The data set used in this analysis begins with measurements in 2001, and under the FIA protocol, 1/10 of the total field plots are measured each year, requiring a 10-year cycle to complete the measurements. The first cycle of all plots was completed in 2010. And FIA started remeasuring Oregon field plots in 2011, and remeasurements provide the data for estimating the flux of carbon from growth, removals, and mortality. And as you mentioned, we expect to have all the plots remeasured by 2020. And the plot remeasurements meet the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the IPCC, Tier 3 standards for estimating storage and flux of carbon in forest ecosystems. It provides a higher accuracy than stock change accounting, so directly measuring growth. This presentation is based on all plots measured through 2016, so full plots for the stock measurement, but 6 years of plots, you can see the 2 with the brackets on it for measuring change. Our Forest Ecosystem Carbon Report will include over 230 tables, which I will not show you today, on amount of forest area in Oregon by ownership and ecoregion, the amount of carbon stored in each pool by ownership, ecoregion, and forest type, and the flux of CO2 through the major forest pools from growth, removals, and mortality at that scale as well. Again, this map, you should all be pretty familiar with Oregon's forests, pretty diverse. The ownership and the ecoregions are up there. The analysis is summarized at those levels. So you can see the ecoregion groups that are used in this report, and the the ownership categories. About 60% of the forests are managed by a federal agency, with the U.S. Forest Service responsible for managing the largest portion, which is 47%. Corporate private is at 22%, non-corporate private at 12%, state and local government at 4%, and other federal managers, for example, the BLM and national parks, at 13%. That's the breakdown. The corporate, private, and non-corporate are relatively new categories being used by FIA. They roughly correspond to the old classification of industrial and non-industrial, and that was kind of abandoned with the emergence of TIMOs and REITs that don't fit into the industrial classification. They don't have a milling infrastructure. It really hasn't resolved it. We would like to see them move towards more large ownership and smaller ownership, but that isn't what the categories include. And so we'll be working at the national level trying to get a clearer clarification on those categories. So moving to forest carbon stocks, I mentioned the different pools. There's the above ground live trees, and the standing dead trees, understory vegetation, downwoody debris, forest floor, roots, and soil are the pools we're going to track in the tables we show you today. It also shows you the measurement errors on that slide. Estimates of carbon stocks represents a current amount of carbon stored in Oregon's forest, and we do it for each pool. Move to the results. At a statewide level, we estimate that Oregon's forest ecosystems currently store approximately 32 billion metric tons of carbon in all pools, both above and below ground. So you'll see the total carbon and then the standard error in the second column. Roughly 1/3 of the total carbon in Oregon's forest is stored in living tree, and roughly 1/2 of the total carbon is in forest soils. So the remaining 17% is in the other 5 pools. So the 2 big pools, live trees and soil. Next slide. So this is carbon storage in each ecoregion. Each bar shows the total amount of carbon, how it's distributed among the different pools. The height of the bar shows the total amount with the color indicating the amount in each pool. And again, key takeaways from this graph is about 1/3 of the statewide forest carbon is in the West Cascade ecoregion, and over half of the forest carbon occurs in the West Cascade and the coast ecoregions. You may note that there is a significant amount of carbon stored in pools other than live trees. Not only is downwood, understory vegetation, and forest soils critical to highly functioning ecosystems, these parts of the forest ecosystems also store a significant amount of carbon. Next slide. This chart shows the amount of forest carbon stored by each ownership. National forests in Oregon hold approximately 1.7 billion metric tons of carbon. In total, forest ownership accounts for roughly 2/3 of the statewide total, or 2.1 billion metric tons. Private and tribal forests, including both corporate and non-corporate, account for nearly 1.98 billion metric tons of carbon, which is about 1/3 of the statewide carbon total. And state and local government forests store the remaining carbon, about 147 million metric tons. So that's one way to look at it, total stored on each. Again, the ownerships are different, categories are different sizes. So here you could look at carbon density by ownership in pool. It's metric tons of carbon per acre by ownership. So that will essentially equate it out for differences in acres. And this chart shows that the amount of carbon stock per acre is generally higher for public forests, including state and county managed lands, than on corporate and non-corporate lands. While they are roughly similar in terms of the largest pool, forest soils, public forests store more carbon in live trees per acre. These results reflect the different forest management goals and objective among forest landowners. Public lands include a significant amount of forest managed in or reserved for primarily for late successional or older forest conditions. So you would expect this. Next slide. But if you move to looking at the percent of land area and percent of forest carbon stored, this is now in percent. The Forest Service has approximately 47% of the forest area and currently stores about 52% of the carbon stocks. State and local government, about 5% of the stocks on 4% of the forest. The other federal forests with 13% store about 13% of the carbon stocks. And then non-corporate manages 13% and stores about 11. So they're not that different if you thought of them as percent of area and percent of carbon stocks. And then this one, it shouldn't be too surprising. It shows the amount of carbon storage by pool in different forest types. And Douglas fir is the most common forest type in Oregon, and also contains the most carbon at 1.5 billion metric tons, which is about half the statewide total. The next largest forest types, ponderosa pine, and the combination of true fir, spruce, and mountain hemlock, store a little more than 400 million metric tons carbon each. So moving on to carbon flux, we'll talk about which is carbon at a particular time is stocks. We'll now talk about change or carbon flux. And carbon flux refers to the rate of carbon flows in and out of each pool. Flux is measured as the amount of carbon going into a pool minus the amount going out. And it's reported in carbon dioxide equivalents and not carbon. So the annual carbon flux, as I mentioned, is calculated by the difference in tree measurements on the same year, 10 years apart. And again, so we have 60% of the plots. And it's based on measurement of growth timber, harvest, removals, and mortality, including wildfire. So this table is analogous. It summarizes the annual net CO2 equivalent flux from forest pools in forest land remaining in forest land at the statewide level. So we're positive flux represent an increase in CO2 for a particular pool. Oregon forests have been sequestering about 31 million metric tons of CO2 annually since 2001. That's a net flux from all pools down at the bottom. And again, total and standard error are shown. The majority of the annual increases come from live trees at 31.7 million metric tons. Negative flex values estimates represent a reduction in CO2 from a particular pool. For example, the table shows a decrease of 6.8 million metric tons of CO2 in the down woody debris pool, which was not reported in the global warming presentation at the board, and you'll see some differences because of that pool not being included. So now we'll go through similar things. Now we're looking at flux by ecoregion for each of the forest carbon pools. As before, colors in the bar represent the amount of flux for each of the forest pool, and the y-axis represents the annual flux of carbon dioxide equivalents per year. The output of carbon was greater than the input for pools that lie below zero. So below the line, and while pools above zero represent greater rates of flow into the pool than output. For example, live trees, the green bar was positive across all regions, and the down woody debris lost more carbon than it gained. So that pool is shrinking, and the live tree pool is gaining carbon. So also in this, I'll draw your attention, the black dot in the middle of the error bars is the average for, all pools. The result from all pools is you subtract what's below the net, what you subtract from below the line, from above the line, and it's a net flux for all pools combined. And then the confidence intervals are the error bars around that estimate. So over 60% of the total annual sequestration occurred in the West Cascade and the coast ecoregions, analogous to the total stores. Again, they're the most productive forest in Western Oregon, so you might expect that. But also note the very large error bars for the coast and the West Cascade. This is because of a large variation in flux across the forest in these ecoregions. I think due to the mix of ownership and because the estimates are only based on 60% of all the plots from the remeasurement data, we would expect the error bars to decrease as we complete the full inventory of remeasured plots. The next slide. This chart shows the carbon flux by pool and ownership. And the bulk of the annual change is in live trees. Again, it's we'll see that in all the charts. The chart illustrates that nearly all, about 92% of the net flux is being driven by live tree growth on federal forest, with the remainder on non-corporate forest. Okay, so you'll see that these results reflect different mandates, goals, and objectives on public and private lands. Whereas public lands are managed for a wider range of values, including significant older forest structures and reserve, corporate lands are mostly managed to yield a sustainable harvest level right in annual growth. It's worth noting that this chart does not depict gross growth. Gross growth accounts for the increase in live trees before harvest and mortality, and I'll discuss that in the next slide, okay? A large portion of the growth from corporate ownerships is transferred to harvested wood products, and we do have a separate study that we're contracting with that'll be available later this year. They'll look at the storage in the wood products pool. And again, so error bars represent the 95% confidence interval for estimates of the net flux for each ownership. Uncertainty is very large for corporate, state, and local forest. And error bars that include zero show that the annual flux for these ownerships are not significantly different than zero. And you see that for state forest, corporate are not significantly different than zero. Non-corporate Forest Service and other federally owned forests appear to be net sinks to carbon. Next slide. And this gets at the annual carbon flux per acre in above ground live tree pool by owner from growth, removal, and mortality. So now we're only looking at the green portion from the previous slide of the live tree. And gross growth per acre has been the highest on forests managed by the corporate and state and local government groups. They're sequestering the most metric tons per acre per year. Based on the state's annual timber harvest, we expect to see that these ownerships contributed far more to harvested wood products than forests managed by the non-corporate Forest Service or other federal forest. So again, you see while state forests on a per acre basis and corporate are sequestering the most carbon, they're also removing and transferring the most to the forest products pool. And so the net flux is higher on non-corporate U.S. Forest Service and other federal forest. Yeah. Correct. It's just so small you're not seeing it. Yeah, and you may get to be higher, but yeah, it's not that much that's going. So, and again, the black dot in the middle represents the average net or the net flux, and so the net flux is not significantly different than zero for state and corporate again because of the high degree of variance. We're almost there. I know it's a lot of graphs and table. This is a topic that everybody talks about, the annual net emission of greenhouse gases from forest fires in Oregon. It was something that this board asked for to look at in the forestry program for Oregon, an estimate of that. Most of the greenhouse gases released during wildfire is CO2 with relatively smaller amounts of methane, nitrous oxide, and a list of other compounds. That's what happens when you burn vegetation. In total, the net emission from wildfires has been about 3.6 million metric tons of CO2 equivalents per year. And the majority of that flux occurred on national forest lands. And the majority of that is CO2. So it's already accounted for in all the previous graphs. We're just showing this because of the interest in it. Compared to the statewide net flux, the flux from carbon released from wildfire was smaller than the standard error of 3.8 on the total net flux of 31 million metric tons. So you can decide whether that's significant. 1 million metric tons seems like a lot to me, but that's really a value judgment in terms of.
Yeah, just one question, and I don't know, this might be to either of you. I was curious looking at this in the previous slide, whether the attribution of net losses in flux pools to other sources of mortality is explaining why this is relatively small. I.e., like on the east side, if you've already attributed it to other sources of mortality, insect disease, et cetera, does that account for this? Like why this is small?
Well, this is only, again, yeah, it would, this is.
Help explain.
Yeah, this is just, remember, this is just the above ground live tree pool. So fire flux would also include dead trees burning up as well as live trees. So again, you can't make a complete apple to apple comparison with this chart and the next, because fire burns up down woody debris as well as dead trees. And so it doesn't, yeah, it's not, the mortality fire killed would be the trees killed by fire in this graph. Live trees killed by fire. So they would have left a live tree pool. They wouldn't be necessarily net emissions immediately though, right? They're just dead. I hope that answered your question. Just to put it in perspective, it's data current through 2016, I'll remind you. So it does not include emissions from the 2017 and 2018 fire season. However, it does include other significant fire seasons, including the 2002 Biscuit, the 2003 B&B complex, and the 2015 Douglas complex. Again, we think the error bars will come down. We'll have better numbers when we have a full 10 years of remeasurements. If I summarizing, again, carbon storage in Oregon's forests is approximately 3.2 billion metric tons. Each year, Oregon's forests sequester approximately 31 million metric tons of CO2 equivalents, and net emissions from wildfire are 3.6 million net metric tons of CO2 equivalents per year. The next steps, we're going to finalize a forest ecosystem carbon report in June. We also have a separate agreement with FIA to produce a report on the storage and flux of carbon in harvested wood products. And this work is underway and being completed by the Bureau of Business and Economic Research at the University of Montana. Again, we're going to follow similar protocols with California. We're also in the initial planning stages for another study focused on the climate mitigation dimension of forest management. What first two studies are doing is just what is there and how it's changing given what we're doing. And there's two forest pools, the forest ecosystem and the forest wood products pools are the two main pools there. The third study will look at what happens if you change forest management and project forward what would be the change in carbon stocks and flows through those two pools. And so we'll be simulating different forest management strategies. Yes.
Peter,
I'm sorry.
where is the CO2 emissions associated with management accounted for in these studies?
So there are no net emissions at the forest level. There are no net emissions from the pool itself. If you mean
Maybe
net,
if I could clarify.
yeah.
So with forest management activities, we're using fossil fuels to manage the forests. Those are associated with CO2 emissions. So I'm wondering how that's accounted for in the.
So if it's a vehicle, so if you're doing forest management, driving around a vehicle to do inventory and stuff like that, that would be in the transportation pool. And I suspect that even stuff like equipment that would be accounted for in the transportation sector, which they're recognizing in the cap and trade as, I think the industry they're targeting for the cap is the fuel importing industry. And so that's what picks up transportation. Yeah, so it's, like I said, part of it's tracked in the transportation sector, and part of it's tracked in the industrial sector for emissions from industrial plants, if you're talking about the actual manufacturing.
So,
Okay, true. However, yeah, I guess it depends upon how you want to define flux, right? Because if flux is only the loss of CO2 through decomposition or other ways of losing CO2 from the net carbon pool, then this is fine. If it also includes the conversion of fossil fuels to CO2 in the activity of management, then that's not accounted for here.
And now I see your question. So the question would be the estimate of the difference between different forest management impacts on transportation, so, or fuel consumption. And so would we be able to tell the difference between forest management with harvest and without harvest, and what the fuel rate consumption would be, which I don't know. We haven't looked at that, and so I don't know if there are studies that look at that. That sounds more like life cycle analysis.
Well, the Global Warming Commission tracks emissions from forest management through the industrial emissions and transportation sector. So it is accounted for in their inventory.
Is it segregated out so that if we look at the transportation sector, see whatever is related to forest management as distinct from other transportation?
I don't know the answer to that without looking at the document.
Yeah, so we'll have to look into that, see if we can distinguish. Great question. So then we're continuing to cooperate with California and Washington to maintain consistent inventory and analytical methods. And then one more slide. And in July, we'll come back, and there was a second request by this board to summarize the manner in which climate adaptation and resiliency are built into existing work. And then we'll engage the board in a discussion to identify next steps on this topic. So, you've asked us to elevate this to a higher level. I think our work on the forest carbon, forest ecosystem carbon, and forest wood products pool actually came at the request of the Office of Carbon Policy prior to the board request. But it seemed to be the right thing to do given your current policy on forest carbon. So we just went ahead and we're continuing to work, and we'll bring you documentation about how we do that in our normal business in July. With that, we'd be glad to answer any other questions.
Yeah, I was just curious, the research for the mitigation managers, what's the timeline on it? You just kind of building what the research will look like and the methodologies associated with that, and what's the timeline for that?
On the third study?
Yeah.
I don't have a time.
We don't have a timeline yet. We have timeline for the first two, which we have under contract, and we're still exploring methods. We recently just added some capacity to our forest resource planning shop to try to get more, but we'll try to have a timeline for you in July. Estimate of that. We've seen there are some published studies out there from different researchers that we could put in the next board package if you're interested. It shows the different approaches.
I'm curious on the federal forest side, the fluxes, whether there's any estimate or any exploration on to what degree does the gross growth net increase in carbon reflect the potential of that site? As my guess is it's well short of potential. And is there any kind of modeling about if you were trying to, if your policy was really trying to improve carbon sequestration on federal forests, what that might look like?
That's a really good question, and I could only speculate now, which I will. And the sense there is we've seen some work on after disturbance, the length of time it takes to recover to a positive carbon sequestration. So it's not negative anymore. Often depends on the reestablishment of woody biomass, so trees being reestablished. And you have areas in southern Oregon that burned repeatedly, so the Biscuit and the Chetco and the Klondike fire, and you would think that the carbon sequestration there is below what it would be if it had been a forested system or recovered. So I think there may be some areas where that's where the effect is showing, but again, it depends on how you define the potential and whether you include disturbance as part of that potential.
Is there anybody looking at, the other part that jumped out is that anywhere from 40 to 90%, depending on the ecoregion of the carbon, is actually stored in the soil. But the soil is fairly stable. It's not a big source, positive or negative in the fluxes. Is there anybody looking at ways to increase long-term carbon storage in the soil?
Not that I know of. No.
Oh, okay.
Biochar, I don't know, there's speculation. There's probably studies out there that I haven't dug into.
So obviously I'm jumping the gun a little bit because you're going to come back to us with respect to the question of next steps. But one of the comments I had written down prior to timing of next steps was the review that, by the way, maybe just start off, all the research you're doing I think is really good stuff. My concern has been the one all along about how well we're integrating that into the business that we're doing. And so as a result, it seems to me like it would be worthwhile to do a couple of things. One is we've got a couple of decisions that we're making that we're sort of in the middle of, and yet I don't regularly see in the staff report any information that speaks to the question of how this decision will affect or be influenced by climate change. And so just from a board member in desire to address our goal F of integrating rather than stovepiping, the climate change work still feels a little bit stovepiped to me. And so just seeing it more integrated into our daily business and decision-making of the board would be something that I'd really like to see on the prospective decisions that we're making. And then secondly, on sort of a work planning kind of thing, and maybe that's more appropriate for our October retreat, but it seems to me like we need to do a little bit of a retrospective assessment and look at our existing rules and regulations and policies to evaluate how well they are functioning with respect to this goal F of addressing or failing to address climate change assessment, mitigation, and adaptation strategies. So if we're wanting to get beyond having climate change as a separate issue that we deal with in its own silo, I think we need to figure out how, moving forward, we integrate climate change issues and concerns in our prospective decisions, and then also assess past decisions to see if they need some tweaking to better respond to you know, all this good information we're discovering and finding and becoming more familiar with in our research.
I think so. And so the real question for the board is, how does it influence your policy decision? And do you have the right authorities to have it influence your policy decision given the structure of the statutes that you're operating under, which would be with the Forest Practice Act? Right. So I think the process here would be, as we report out on how we're incorporating it, because incorporating it into our daily business, I don't really care what percentage of increased fire is related to climate change. I'm dealing with the reality on a yearly basis of increasing fire complexity, severity. We're addressing that and how we're adapting to fire and knowing we have to change. That doesn't require a policy change. It requires adapting our operations. So we'll try to distinguish between when we incorporate it into our normal business, it's incorporating it into kind of our operations and how we've done that, and also looking forward, perhaps what changes it would make to how you incorporate it into your policy choices. And there we don't have as much direction from the board on that. So I think a good discussion among the board and which particular policies would you like us to look at first? Because there's quite a bit. And so we'll want to flesh that out. And I think in preparing for the October retreat, having this discussion in July could start that conversation and begin to tee that up for resetting the work plans on this.
And certainly, you know, in your daily operations, you have to respond and deal with and be nimble on your feet to address the realities of what's occurring on the landscape as a result of climate change. And like you say, that's not a policy question, that's a facing reality. However, it is entirely possible that the way we implement some existing policies or the absence of some necessary policies could be contributing to the daily reality that you're facing on the ground. And so if we either modify existing policies or implement some, approve some that currently don't exist, we could have an influence on how climate change is playing out in your daily life in the summer with fires. And I think that is squarely within our obligation and responsibility to manage for forests into the future. At this point, I don't think we've really done an assessment of whether or not our existing policies are contributing to creating an adaptive forest so that we're doing the best we can in the face of climate change or not. And so there's some things where we may or may not need to either change policy or create new policy. And I think that's an important way to integrate within our obligations and responsibilities. And I haven't seen us doing that yet.
Yeah, and I think that's a really interesting question, and it's the question will be, I think the most challenging question will be on our certainty around the direct effects of climate change and what portion can be teased out and assigned to climate change versus otherwise. In terms of the overall impact on, I know forests are significant in climate mitigation. We're currently sequestering about half of Oregon's human-caused emissions in the state of Oregon, although I don't know how much that would change with change in policy, that we wouldn't be sequestering enough to sort of offset all of it. The real problem lies with us driving around too much. Is the largest single emitter in Oregon, and nothing we do in forestry is going to, do a significant impact on how we behave with our transportation sector or what we use in terms of electricity or natural gas, which are the other two big sectors of emitters in Oregon. So want to be realistic. While I think it's a good thing to have forests do the best that they can, particularly in reacting to expected results on forests from climate change, a realistic view of what our mitigation potential is will be interesting to see, and that's what the third study will be.
And just as an example, I think probably my very first meeting with the fire folks when I joined the board, I expressed an interest in exploring, because of climate change, if there were some policies that avenues we ought to look at that would encourage and facilitate private landowners' use of prescribed fire. That's a clear policy thing. Right now we've got the law that says that if you're using prescribed fire and it burns off your property, you're liable for the cost of suppression. Well, that seems like a policy choice that the state has made that is pretty actively depressing a private landowner's interest in using prescribed fire. Whereas there's a lot of information to indicate that used appropriately and at the right time of year, prescribed fire is a very good adaptive approach and response to the impacts of climate change. And that's a clear policy thing that is within our responsibility and scope. And I'm sure there's a whole ton of other things like that where we could try to set a policy stage regarding forest management that makes our forests more adapted to the realities of climate change. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. Those are the kinds of things that I think we really need to look aggressively at.
Thank you.
And I'm hoping we can move on now.
Yes.
We do have some public testimony on this topic. And then we're going to take up the issue after that. And, Jason.
It's just me.
You are it.
All right, I'll be brief.
Thank you.
For the record, my name is Jason Gonzalez. I reside in Walton, Oregon. I'm here on behalf of Oregon Wild and our 20,000 members and supporters. Thank you, Commissioner Chair Imeson, members of the board, and empty seat belonging to State Forester Doherty.
Right behind you. We've got
right there. I actually was expecting to need to make lengthier comments, but thanks to what I really enjoyed in the presentation and some fantastic questions. I just want to respond to two things very briefly. There was some question about, are we doing enough as an agency, as a state? Are we doing enough? What can we do more? And as usual, I felt like the response is, well, wait, we'll give you an answer later. We're gonna keep looking at how we can defend the status quo as long as we can, and we'll answer that question later. But the science is clear. I'll tell you what you can do. Behave more like the federal government when you manage your forests. It's clear. We've got nearly 3/4 of net carbon, according to the Oregon Global Warming Commission statements in front of me right now, are being sequestered on Oregon's mostly federal lands. And what we see on here is that Oregon's federal lands are outperforming other lands in relation, and when we look at straight up percentages of carbon sequestered, acres managed, the feds are doing the best. Everybody else is way too worried about fire, which is a very minor emitter, huge impact to our communities. I know that more than anybody. If you see where I live, you'd know why. I'm absolutely understanding of the concerns around fire when it comes to communities and public safety. When it comes to climate change, the main way trees are dying is from logging. The main way carbon is being emitted is from logging, not from fire. And so I think we have a bunch of ownerships that are really concerned from the carbon perspective about the thing they should probably be concerned the least about. On the other hand, another thing that I wanted to address, so I really appreciated that question, and I'd say there's actually an easy answer. We've got two dynamics that we're looking at on these charts. We've got the far end of large corporate, and then we've got the other far end of US Forest Service. One is doing the worst at sequestering carbon, one is doing the best. If we want to do better, we move towards the other. Right now, I actually think state forest lands, are landing somewhere on the good side of the middle of that from my perspective. And I think that the charts reflected that. The state lands aren't doing nearly as bad at sequestering carbon as some of those corporate lands are, but they're also not doing as well as I think they could be. And one other thing I just briefly wanted to address, again, according to the Oregon Global Warming Commission, that we've got, and according to a couple of studies that they relied on for that, there's clear comparisons of the various sectors that we have emitting carbon. And if we're looking from purely an emissions standpoint, if we want to talk about carbon emissions only, that logging is actually our main contributor of carbon in this state, and that the Oregon Global Warming Commission and the studies by Beverly Law out of OSU have reflected that, have shown it in the data. Of course, the difference there being that when we're driving around those cars, at no point do they ever start sequestering any. But when we're looking at what's happening now, the urgency of our climate change situation, the number one issue that's facing my children and whether or not they have a place to live in Oregon in a few decades are the emissions that we're making every year now. The longer we let forests grow, the more carbon they store. It's simple. The more we log them, the more carbon they release. Speaker sitting in the seat before me, I think, clearly stated that transportation is our biggest emitter. I actually do not think that that's what the data reflects. If we purely look at that emissions standpoint. And then one other thing I said too, but just a third thing, and again, I'll just give you the studies here for those of you that are interested in them. If you look at data from Smith et al. 2006 and Gower et al. 2016, what they were able to demonstrate, and this includes the transportation emissions factored in there that we're asked about, when we're looking at the fate of carbons from harvested wood that is actually stored, what their numbers show is a range from 15 to 25% stored in those final products. So of course, again, we can wait and see what other new studies show down the line, but what we know is that we're actually only storing a very minor fraction of that carbon when we're logging places to make wood products. The vast majority of that carbon is released, and some of it may be regained, but not like it was before. The best way that we can store carbon is by leaving it in the forests. We all know that forests in this region can grow for anywhere from 500 to 1,500 years without major carbon releases. Even if a fire comes through a place like that, it's releasing like 5% of the carbon stored in those older forest ecosystems. So we have a lot of facts before us now, and I just like to encourage this board to not only be able to hear excellent reports like the one just given from State Forester Doherty, but to look at the fantastic resources that we have outside of the School of Forestry, outside of the Department of Forestry, which are places that I see as a lot more invested in defending the status quo than listening to do research and looking what's going on from a 30,000-foot view. We have some fantastic researchers working out of OSU that I think could come to talk to you, invited, and I'd encourage you to be holding panels like that. Thank you.
We'll now move to agenda item 4. Obviously, we're running behind here, but and some of that we'll make up with a quick lunch.
Good morning, Chair Imison, members of the board, State Forester Doherty. My name is Josh Bernard, and I serve as the Field Support Unit Manager for Private Forests. Joining me today is Jennifer Weichel, our division biologist.
Today we'll provide a reminder of how we got here and what is required by the Division 680 rules for analysis, and a summary of edits to the tech report based on the feedback we received from the expert review group. And then the board will have the opportunity to accept or reject the technical report. Here's a quick reminder of where we've been and where we're at currently in the rule analysis process. The process started with a petition submitted to the board in June 2016, followed by board direction to begin rule analysis. And we're at the bottom of the slide today with the final technical report, April 2019. Now I'll turn it over to Jennifer to run through the rule analysis requirements and the tech report edits.
Thank you, Josh. So as a reminder, the Division 680 rules describe the process that the board must follow when considering a new species for consideration for development of rules under Forest Practices Act Division 665. For species on state or federal ESA lists, the Division 680 rules specify that a technical report must be submitted to the board that addresses the following topics: identify the resource sites used by the species, identify the forest practices that conflict with those sites, evaluate the biological consequences of those conflicts, and propose protection requirements. And then following that, an expert review of the technical report must be undertaken and the results presented to the board. So following the expert review, the board must make a decision to accept or reject the technical report, and that's where we're at today. And then following this decision, just as a hint of work to come, the Division 680 rules specify that the board must make its own determinations for the criteria, that being the resource sites, the conflicts, the protection requirements, and then exceptions, appropriate exceptions for those requirements. The Division 680 rules direct the board to adopt protection requirements and exception criteria for resource sites used by the threatened or endangered species being considered. So if you remember, we presented the draft technical report to you in April of last year, and the report contained the information on the general ecology and life history of marble murrelets and habitat use, along with other information. It also addressed those 4 required components, and a range of options or possible options were presented for the definition of the resource site and for the protection requirements. Oops. The department initiated the expert review of the technical report by a group of experts. The experts were chosen to represent a range of backgrounds and perspectives, including research and academia, conservation interests, forestry interests, local government, and tribal representation. The desired outcome of that review was that in the end, we would have a well-rounded, unbiased summary of the science to help inform your decision-making process. The reviewers were asked to review the science used in the report, and we asked them specifically to identify any missing information, to review our interpretation of the science for accuracy, and to address the scientific merits of those policy options. So again, as a reminder, we presented the outcome of the expert review to you last November. We heard recommendations to add many citations to the report. No major missing topics were identified, and a range of comments were heard on the scientific merits of the various policy options for the resource site and protection. So we've now completed the final version of the technical report, and that is what you have in front of you in your packets. The expert review was very helpful. We want to thank our reviewers for their input. As a summary of the changes that we made since the draft version, many edits were made to the report, including the addition of over 20 new citations. Most of those citations were related to existing content in the report, but we did include a handful of new or missing studies that were identified, so that represents new text in the report. In addition, we heard from the reviewers that we should cite the original studies and not other review publications, so those corrections have been made. And also new is the addition of a few new facts from the presentation you heard at your last meeting from the OSU research study. And that's mainly an update to the number of known nests for the species. So other major edits include an update to the marble murrelet population trend section, a summary of the 2004 population viability analysis, which was conducted by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as part of their ESA review. A summary of how we currently implement the FPA protection is also included. So of note, I want to mention that since this report was made final and given to the board and made public, we just received the latest update of the murrelet population trend information just last week. That's not reflected in the report, but we have taken a look at that, and there's no major significant changes or trajectories in the trends from what's represented in the report.
So any questions so far on that? Okay. So just as a reminder, the decision today is about accepting or rejecting the technical report as complete. Accepting the report as complete does not preclude us from bringing other new information later to help inform your decision-making process. Any questions about that? Okay. Yep. I thought we would place the staff recommendation up there and then for both the public comment and your discussion. So the recommendation is, staff recommendation is that you accept the final marble murrelet technical report as final and complete. So.
Just a question, maybe I'm not understanding the intent of the section entitled Technical Report Required Content for Rule Analysis. That's the last section of the report. Everything previous to that is really well done, I thought, and I think that it's really summarizes the literature well. But from that point on, there are a lot of recommendations, but there are very, very few references to support the recommendations. And was that intended, or is that just assumed that the previous information would be carried forward? I was trying to understand why there was such a lack of references there.
Yeah, I think the previous section provides the background for that, but also for at least the two sections where we have the range of policy options, we were envisioning that there would be future work on that, depending on what the board direction would be.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part of that.
So future work to flesh out some of those the options, depending on which direction. So some of that may be fleshed out in the future.
Thank you.
Could you, just so that we understand the context within which this decision is being made, let us know what next steps are if we do decide to accept the final report, technical report?
I can jump ahead and share that if you would like to hear that. As noted earlier, we were kind of at the bottom of the original checklist that was developed for this. So pending your direction today, we would need to regroup and take a look at developing a plan for that next phase. As noted, there's several pieces here. We would need to frame up what the next set of decisions look like, and then establish a process for decision making around that. So such things as we've heard some feedback through the process of either making some of these decisions around the resource site and associated protection strategies as either single decisions or as a package. And I've heard varying input on that. So that would be what some of the things we'd like to bring back. And then also, how would you like to see us work with stakeholders in this process? There's many different ways we can interface and different timings that go with that bring different workload and considerations for us. So, pending your decision today and any comments you might have, we would leave here with the idea we'd be planning that process and bring something draft back to you all to review and provide input.
And then could you tell us next steps if we decide today not to accept the technical report?
That would be based on the content of that decision.
All right, we'll now go to public comment. We have 6 people who have signed up. So we'll take them 3 at a time. Nick Cady, Joseph Huron, and Seth Barnes. And we're going to need to ask you to be concise in your comments. And we'll have a we're going to have a clock running here that will help you. I think we have a little more time than that so we'll do 4 minutes per person. That seems fair. Okay, thank you. If you can do it more quickly, we appreciate that.
Hello again, my name is Nick Cady. I'm the legal director of Cascadia Wildlands. I wanted to touch briefly on the technical report, and I wanted to thank the department and the expert reviewers for all the great work that they did on that. The specific piece that I wanted to touch on surrounds the next steps and the questions that were kind of raised about that in the technical report. And after reviewing it, it seems like there was a lot of remaining issues for the board to decide, and based on kind of complicated biological needs. And I feel like that part of the technical report got unnecessarily complicated. And I wanted to offer the board kind of a way out of all these hard decisions. And I think the technical report somewhat skirted the easiest and most direct way to address the marbled murrelet, all the questions of suitable habitat and surveys and management implication. And that is simply applying the Pacific Seabird Group protocol. So the Pacific Seabird Group is a group of professional biologists, land managers, and industry representatives. And it's solely focused on the marbled murrelet and coming up with scientifically best available science recommendations for how to manage forests that contain marbled murrelets. And these approaches are used by everyone else, every state, federal land manager. If you hire a private company to do marbled murrelet surveys, they apply the PSG protocol. And so I feel like why that part of the technical report got so wonky is they were trying to somehow dodge the Pacific Seabird Group protocol application when it makes the most sense and is the simplest approach for this board moving forward. The other reason why just simply applying the PSG protocol would be great for this board is you guys would never have to revisit the murrelet issue again, because the Pacific Seabird Group regularly updates its protocol to reflect emerging science with the species. Granted, the species was relatively recently not discovered, but studied in depth because they had a hard time discovering nests and things that based on the biology that's in the technical report. And so I would ask this board to direct the department as moving forward with the marbled murrelet to simply develop rules to apply the PSG protocol to both identify sites and management implications too. Thank you.
Joseph Yoren, Audubon Society of Lincoln City. In the interest of time, I'll skip the first 2 pages of my testimony, which Nick pretty much summarized. So we simply agree that we believe it would be easy, appropriate, and defensible for the board to accept option number 3 as it's described in the report, which is entitled Presumed Occupied Habitat, and to accept the PSG survey as your way of accomplishing that. And if you do that, then you can avoid all of the problems in the future. Adaptive management gets a lot of airtime coming from staff. Here's a chance to actually get ahead of the curve and preserve the habitat and adapt as you learn more, as opposed to coming back time and time again, trying to fix what didn't work in the past. So the only point that I disagree with in terms of the technical report is the idea that this is going to be so new that it's going to take a tremendous amount of work to implement. You know, even if that were the case, doing what right is not always easy, but it's always right. Thanks.
State Forester Doherty, Chair Imeson, members of the board. For the record, my name is Seth Barnes. I'm the Director of Forest Policy with the Oregon Forest Industries Council. I'd like to also start by thanking the department for the work up to this point. I think this is a fairly comprehensive document that you have before you, laying out some of the science. Unfortunately, it's not terribly clear, which you will find as you dig into all of this. That's the case with this bird. Anybody who spent a lot of time or any time at all really studying marbled murrelets or reading the research will find quickly that there's a lot of assumptions based on very few actual sites. I was pleased to see that you brought Dr. Rivers in and that study before you here a couple of months ago, and that study is one of the if not the leading study, certainly in the state, ever done, but even across the range of the species. And I would encourage you to continue to keep an eye on that study as you work your way through this process. So this document, as I understand it, sets the stage for the remainder of the process as we go forward, and it's the science as we see it right now, right? Because more will emerge, but it's the science as we understand it right now. We look forward to working with this board, with the agency, and with other stakeholders in unfolding the rest of the process and giving our input. I think one of the interesting things is there's more information than just published peer-reviewed research to come to bear. And I think the department has talked about that, doing some levels of analyses with different, GIS capabilities or whatnot that could be brought to bear and informative. And I would also say that we've done some of that. So as you look at, like earlier, we looked at FIA data as it pertains to carbon. Well, there's a lot that you could learn from FIA data as it pertains to potential habitat for murrelets as well. For example, we've done some analysis, and since 1995, nearly 65,000 acres per year are moving into older forest age classes across Oregon, while only 1% of forests over 80 years old are being harvested across the state. That's really important information as you determine, what is the level of crises here and what is the proper response across the landscape. We are encouraged with many others to see that the population of murrelets appears to be stable and trending positive. We understand that there's new information that we're learning about the species flying north and south, but the best data we have about the population shows a stable and trending positive population across Oregon. That's fantastic. And furthermore, on the protocol itself, I would address that for just a moment. That is one idea, and I'm not suggesting that wouldn't be an idea to discuss and how we manage looking forward. But the idea would be how would that protocol fit with any sort of policy provision. I would hate to see this board make any sort of direction today or skip ahead in the process and not allow for a robust process with a lot of analysis, or with sufficient amounts of analysis anyway, and discussion around the table. I would also tell you that protocol is currently under revision. It does change. And that protocol itself there's been conversations in the past about U.S. Fish and Wildlife adopting a protocol of its own instead of having that be a third party of interested people around a board that does not report to any agency or government entity. And so I would caution the board that is an idea, and that those sorts of ideas need to be fleshed out further in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Next three, Megan Tuttle, Bob Salinger, and Christy Kemmel.
Hello, Chair Imison. Did I turn that off? Hello, Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, and Board of Foresters members. My name is Megan Tuttle. I'm with the Weyerhaeuser Company as our Environmental Affairs Manager, and we manage 1.6 million acres in Oregon. I want to thank staff for completing the Murrelet Technical Report and encourage the Board of Forestry to accept the report today. We appreciate that the report acknowledges the uncertainty of scientific information around murrelet biology, and we also appreciate the ongoing interest of Oregon Department of Forestry staff and board in the OSU College of Forestry Dean's Research Initiative. This emerging research should be used to influence future decision-making. As we've talked about before, we also should use the United States Fish and Wildlife Service 1997 Federal Recovery Plan. We want to reiterate two items related to the Federal Recovery Plan today, which you have heard me talk about before. The first is that the vast majority of murrelet sites found in Oregon are associated with the Northwest Forest Plan Late Successional Reserve Designation, which is comprised of stands that are 80 years old or greater. Second, as we've testified before, The federal recovery plan acknowledges that habitat and private forest lands in particular are not the limiting factor for murrelet recovery in Oregon. And on page 85 of the plan, it says that virtually all remaining potential habitat in the Coast Range is on federal lands. In closing, we appreciate the deliberate and thoughtful approach that ODF has undertaken in producing the technical report and in acknowledging the emerging science. We encourage the board to accept the technical report as complete today, and we also want to emphasize that implementation is complicated. We need to follow a well thought out process involving a variety of stakeholders and appreciate that ODF has had a complete process thus far.
Chair Anderson and members of the Board of Forestry, my name is Shrishti Kamal and I'm the Senior Representative for Defenders of Wildlife in Oregon. Defenders is a wildlife conservation organization that works to protect imperiled species and their habitat. And so within this broader goal, our organization has been actively involved in conserving marble murrelet and its habitat in Oregon. Today, I would like to take this opportunity to urge you to accept the report today, but also add a word of concern regarding some of the conclusions and recommendations in the report and how they can be addressed in the next steps. The goal of the report is to inform the board on the science behind murrelet and summarize some of the finer issues that needs to be addressed if murrelet habitat is to be designated as special resources site on forest lands. But there are some concerns regarding the department's presentation of this information to the board. For instance, we appreciate that voluntary approaches are definitely needed in furthering conservation goals, but the report undermines the prescriptive approaches and their importance in favor of volunteer approaches. So I encourage you today to consider adopting prescriptive protections which would provide baseline protection for nesting marble murrelets in addition to voluntary programmatic approaches to help landowners. In terms of the possible direction in site designation, my colleague had already talked about the PSG protocol, and I would just mention that we definitely do support that. We would like you to consider at least adopting that or bring it to the table for conversation in future stakeholder process. That should be at least a starting ground that we need to consider, which I think was not well weighted in the report. And finally, and related to the issue that I just mentioned, the report on one hand does not give enough importance to a scientifically derived methodology such as the PSG protocol, but on the other hand, it does take a step back in making stronger recommendations on the ground that there is not enough scientific data when it comes to population trends or the habitat use. So it feels a little like selective science. It's true that we will definitely benefit from more data, especially on habitat use and the population trends of the species. But that should not be the reason for not conserving a species that is already listed as threatened or endangered on federal and state level. New data is supposed to inform us, but the decisions that are made today has to be based on what is available now and instead of focusing on what is not. Uncertainty is an integral part of scientific research, and research is dynamic and therefore never conclusive. So when it comes to the fate of a vulnerable species like the marble murrelet, I urge you to take a precautionary approach and take the necessary steps that will ensure that the species can recover in Oregon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Emerson and members of the Commission. My name is Bob Salinger. I'm the Conservation Director for the Audubon Society of Portland. We're one of the petitioners here. We are also on the expert review panel. We appreciate the opportunity to have been involved in this process and the work of staff. Our main point today really is, it echoes Nick Katie's point, which is the report seems to make this more complicated than it needs to be. It seems to focus in on uncertainty. It makes a number of arguments that we think are really false arguments. We do see this as a relatively straightforward situation where the state does need to protect the marble murrelet resource sites. We know from the ODFW status review that the marble murrelet is most threatened on lands under the state's jurisdiction, that they've stabilized to some degree on federal lands, but the declines are occurring on state lands and private lands. And so it is time to take action. The argument that the science is uncertain or there are data gaps, that's certainly true, but your job is to make a decision based on the best available science, and there is a lot of science out there. There is plenty of science on which to make a decision as to how to move forward. The report spent a tremendous amount of time debating whether we should protect nest trees or survey sites or survey areas under the Pacific Seabird Protocol, which is the accepted way to survey and designate habitat in Oregon. It's unclear to us as to why it spends so much time doing that, because as the report itself notes, it's very, very hard to identify survey trees. Survey areas are also insufficient, and the Pacific Seabird Protocol speaks very clearly to this. And I'll just read this into the record. This is directly from the Pacific Seabird Protocol. Because the survey area by definition is continuous potential habitat, the highest classification of probable absence, presence, or occupancy among the sites within the survey area applies to the entire survey area. When one survey site encompasses the entire survey area, the outcome of the surveys at that site applies to the survey area interchangeably. In contrast, when the survey area is divided into more than one site, the outcome at those sites collectively determine the status of the survey area. For example, if a block of continuous potential habitat is divided into 3 contiguous survey sites, and one of those survey sites yields sub-canopy detections, the entire survey area is considered occupied. And that's the key line there. If any part of that survey area has detections, sub-canopy detections, the entire area should be designated. And that's because, again, it's hard to find their sites. That's because when they drop under the canopy, they don't necessarily go to the tree that they dropped in above. And we know that multiple murrelets tend to not move nest in those areas. So we don't really understand why the report spends so much time on the nest tree and the survey site rather than the survey area. Our recommendation to you is to focus on the survey area where surveys are available, or use the precautionary approach where they're not, and go with the presumed occupied habitat until surveys are available. So again, we appreciate the work of staff on this, and we look forward to moving forward to protecting these sites. Thank you.
Could each of you let us know, bottom line, whether you think we ought to accept the technical report as complete?
Yes, we think you should accept the technical report as complete. There was a good stakeholder involvement from a variety of technical experts that were involved with it. And ODF has done a great job moving it forward and incorporating everyone's feedback.
Yes, I agree that this technical report should be accepted, but they will be determined with what the next steps and the next direction you decide to take today.
I would support accepting it with the caveat that there are several places that we actually still disagree with the report. We do think it's time to move forward, and with the caveat that I think the report leaves questions open-ended that shouldn't have been left open-ended. So it's with the caveat that we hope that you do protect the survey area and the Pacific Seabird Protocol as the way forward, and not kick that to another process. That to me is just a reason for delaying what is relatively obvious from science.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, I thought it was great work. I'm in support of the technical report, but I guess I would encourage you to look to engage the regional forest practices advisory committees and to look at these protocols and how they might be implemented on the ground, the people actually working out there day to day, how these things could work. There's experts out there in the field that I think that could provide a lot of input to this body as we begin next steps. So that would be my advice, to make sure we actively engage those regional committees that are here, that are appointed by this body to advise this body. So I would encourage you to make sure you engage those groups. Thank you.
I just echo that, Joe. I think the report is generally well done. I think there are a few places that I would have liked to see a little bit more. Not only the Pacific Sea Group protocols incorporated more clearly, but also the presumed occupied habitat piece has been done before. It's not new. It's been done in several different studies. It would take some more work to update it. I do agree with that. But those are kind of minor niggling things that I would like to see changed, but I think we should move forward. Good job.
Any other questions or comments? The staff recommendation is that we accept the report. So is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Do we need to provide any direction for how to proceed with next step?
Well, I think we can have some discussion about that, certainly.
Well, and I think there's been a lot of discussion about that through this process. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you were planning to bring back some alternative next steps for the next decisions which the board will have to reach, which is the selection of the resource site. And while I know, I should probably put that on, while I know it's always nice to have easy decisions, I'm going to tell you this is not an easy decision. It's a policy decision. So
Yes, that's correct. We would bring back a lot of draft plan for your review and further input before we launch work on the rest of this process.
What's the timeline?
Right now, tentatively, probably looking like November, where we come back with that plan after having considered, stuff we've heard today and the decisions that look like are in front of us and how we would package that.
I think you asked about stakeholder involvement. My guess is that the board would probably want to see a pretty robust involvement. Brenda?
I appreciate Peter's comment that this is a policy decision, but I also am aware that there's some additional scientific information that can be used to help guide some of those policy decisions, particularly around the three options that you have on page 32 of the report. So maybe coming back with some additional kind of deeper dives into the science for each of those would be really helpful, at least for me. So thank you.
You mentioned you'd come back with a plan in November. Are you anticipating coming back with a plan or with further discussion and fleshing out of the alternative options before us?
So what I've envisioned that looking like is taking what we've heard today and drafting up how we would address that. It wouldn't be the framework to make decisions on particular topics yet. It would still be in draft form for you guys to provide input, particularly on how you would like to receive information, and we'd have a outline around how we would view that stakeholder engagement for those going forward on decision making, but it's still open for input and modification based on what you guys see.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much. Thanks to all of you who appeared. We will break until 1:15 and come back with agenda item 5. So Commissioner Yamamoto, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much for the time. Good. I hear my microphone is working. Chair Imeson, members of the Board of Forestry, for the record, I'm Tillamook County Commissioner Dave Yamamoto, also chair of the Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to comment today on issues important to the Forest Trust land counties. At the recent FTLAC meeting held on Friday, April 12th, State Forester Peter Doherty briefed the county commissioners on aspects of the carbon discussion that is currently taking place in the legislature, which is currently known as HB 2020, which is a carbon cap and invest product as it relates to forest trust lands. And there is a relationship with HB 2020 and state forest trust lands. It's clear at this time that we simply do not have enough, actually any information on how the management of forest trust lands will be impacted by the implementation of HB 2020. It appears that possible forest carbon offsets will continue to be a topic of discussion related to the development of this legislation, and forest trust land commissioners must be directly involved in this discussion. FTLAC wants to clearly articulate our priorities on the forest trust lands, which is twofold. Number one, returning as much revenue as possible to trust counties schools, and local service districts. And number two, ensuring the economic and social stability of our counties by retaining jobs in the timber industry. We do not see a scenario where carbon offset revenue can replace that of timber harvest while we continue to maintain our priorities. We are encouraged that ODF is currently developing an assessment of the carbon stored in manufactured wood products so that the accounting of carbon sequestration through the life cycle of all forest products represents a complete picture, not just what is in the forest. We certainly encourage ODF to consider a life cycle analysis, which takes into account a more complete accounting of carbon and the use of wood products, especially in the building trades. If we continue to build with finished forest products, we are not having to build with concrete, steel, or aluminum, and therefore we have an additional benefit to atmospheric carbon balance. We do look forward to the outcome of this assessment. As we have said in the past, jobs in the woods, the mills, and the trucking industry are some of our rural counties' best paying jobs, paying benefited family supportive wages that contribute significantly to the social stability in rural Oregon. At the last FDLAC meeting, Vice Chair and Coos County Commissioner John Sweet shared some painful news about the recently announced closing of the Georgia Pacific Forest Products Mill in Coos County and the subsequent loss of 111 family wage jobs. That does not include people working in the forest or the trucking industry. These are simply 111 mill jobs. Commissioner Sweet told us that in the 6 years since he has become county commissioner, the Bureau of Land Management has eliminated regeneration harvest on 60,000 acres of Coos Bay Wagon Road lands and 150,000 acres of O&C lands in Coos County. The state of Oregon has eliminated harvest on 60,000 acres of Elliott State Forest Common School Funds lands, plus 7,000 acres of Elliott Forest County Trust lands in Coos County. This means in Coos County alone, that is a loss of 277,000 acres of timber harvest. This last week, and this was a week ago, this last week, one of that county's major employers, Georgia Pacific, shut down their Coos Bay sawmill permanently because of a lack of wood products. Coos County is dependent on natural resources for family wage jobs. Loss of family wage jobs has resulted in Coos County being among the 8 worst counties in Oregon for the incidence of poverty. The frustrations of poverty have driven the rates of substance abuse, spousal abuse, and child abuse to extremely high levels. Last year, the Kids Hope Center, a facility for treating abused children, saw 427 patients. And generally speaking, only 1 out of every 2 or 3 child abuse cases are even reported. The high school graduation rate stands at just 58%. Poverty in Coos County is generational. Coos County is currently heading into the 3rd generation of children who have never seen their parents get up and go to work at 8 a.m. 5 days a week. People have become used to surviving on public handouts and criminal activity. It's not a good scenario in Coos County. I just wish Commissioner Sweet were able to be here today in person to deliver this devastating news so you could hear the dismay in his voice. We all lament this disheartening news coming from Coos County. I would be remiss if I were not to present testimony you have probably heard before concerning your potential actions concerning the marbled murrelet. The technical report presented to you earlier today points to issues known and unknown about this cryptic, secretive bird. The report refers many times to gaps in our knowledge. What is known and reported is that the Oregon population is not decreasing. Rather, it is increasing at 1.8% per year over the past 16 years, which accounts to a 28.8% increase in marbled murrelet population over that period. Trust land counties remain attentive to the updated technical report for the marbled murrelet. Potential future actions taken by the Board of Forestry would affect management of state and county-owned lands along the Oregon coast. We very much appreciate the department clarifying the sparse and conflicting nature of the present data on the murrelet, and we'll continue to monitor the progress as new science is added to the ongoing narrative surrounding the species. It is important to note again that OSU is in the third year of a 10-year study on the marbled murrelet. Because of the uncertainty and gaps in our knowledge, as well as scientific data telling us the population is actually increasing, we feel it important to await the results of the OSU study before jumping to unwarranted conclusions and enacting rules which will have detrimental effects on forest trust land counties and its residents. Later this afternoon, you are about to receive an update on the status of the Habitat Conservation Plan and the Forest Management Plan. The trust counties continue to work with the department on both of these issues, but we do have a hurdle addressing the HCP. I hope you are all aware of the Linn County class action lawsuit and that the trial court has already held that you have contractual obligations to us that cannot be altered without our express consent. Trust county commissioners have been advised by our county councils to be careful in addressing issues which may be relevant to the proceedings in this case, which is scheduled for jury trial beginning in October of this year. ODF has engaged the services of Oregon Consensus and Kearns and West to provide third-party independent facilitation to assist in developing input on the HCP. When Trust County commissioners were approached to participate in a survey and interviews concerning development of an HCP, our county councils again advised us not to participate in this activity. While Trust County commissioners feel it is important to lend our voices to this conversation, we must abide by council recommendations. I need to state here that in the recent past, we had approached the Oregon Department of Forestry and Oregon Justice Department in an attempt to negate this issue by asking that any conversations between ODF and Council of Forest Trust Land County Commissioners not be admissible in court for the Linn County class action lawsuit. We were told that despite our offer, OJD would not agree to this action. In an attempt to further a conversation with the department about HCP development, I personally have received permission to accept appointment to the Oregon Department of Forestry HCP Steering Committee or the HCP Scoping Team, but I have been told that this is not possible. I will continue my efforts to find a way that trust counties can actively participate in the HCP discussion. Members of the Board of Forestry, as you discuss your actions on carbon sequestration, the Forest Management Plan, Habitat Conservation Plan, and the marbled murrelet, please consider the very real impacts that reducing harvest has on our abilities as a county to finance much needed government services, our communities, and families in rural Oregon. Thank you so much for your time and attention, and I would be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Agenda item 6, State Forest HCP and FMP updates. And Liz, I assume you'll introduce this and kind of lay out the afternoon that you have.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Chair Imeson, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. For the record, my name is Liz Dent, and I serve as the State Forest Division Chief. Joining me at the table here today are Cindy Kolomachek. She's the project manager for this Habitat Conservation Plan work. Troy Ramick, he's with ICF and he's leading the effort on the development of the actual HCP and guiding our work here within the division, and Brett Brownscombe, who is with Oregon Consensus and helping us work with Kearns and West, the facilitator for this project. So with that, I'll get started. Today, we're going to provide you with an update on our approach to completing phase 2 of the HCP. You may remember that in November of last year, you received the business case analysis completing phase 1 and directed us to move into and complete phase 2. As I mentioned, Troy and ICF team are assisting us with the development of the HCP, and he'll present the process and timeline for phase 2, as well as the scope and scale of the Habitat Conservation Plan. Brett Brownscombe, in partnership with Kearns and West, is assisting with the meeting facilitation and stakeholder engagement, and he'll present our approach to working with state and federal agencies, as well as with stakeholders throughout phase 2. Cindy is going to kick us off by providing some context for our discussion today. And so with that, I'll turn it over to you, Cindy.
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Imerson, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. For the record, my name is Cindy Kolomachuk. I'm with the State Forest Division, and I am the project manager for the Habitat Conservation Plan. As you all know, we are taking a phased approach to pursuing a Western Oregon Habitat Conservation Plan. We just completed phase 1 last fall, and that was HCP initiation and scoping. Based on this work, you directed us to move on to phase 2, which is strategy development and stakeholder engagement. So over the next year, we will be developing the timber management and conservation strategies that will be in an HCP. We will also be providing informational updates to the Board of Forestry, FTLAC, and stakeholders, and we will be engaging stakeholders in the development of work products with the services and the state regulatory agencies. So this process of developing these strategies and stakeholder engagement will culminate in the first administrative draft of the HCP. We'll bring this for your direction and review in July of 2020. At that time, if you direct us to move forward with phase 3, we would apply for an incidental take permit with NOAA Fisheries and with the Fish and Wildlife Service. That action would then initiate the NEPA process, National Environmental Policy Act analysis, and that takes about a year. So we would come back to you in November of 2021 with the final HCP for your review and potential approval. Initially, when we envisioned this 3-phase process, we thought that it would take about a year for each of the phases. After consultation with ICF and Oregon Consensus, we realized that it's going to take a bit more work and a bit more time to implement a planning and stakeholder engagement process that would get us through phases 2 and 3. And so we have extended that time frame to reflect this planning and stakeholder engagement process. As you all are also aware, we have a $750,000 Fish and Wildlife Service grant to help support this work. We're providing $250,000 in match just from our staff time. And this was 2017 fiscal year funds. That grant was delayed by about 6 months because we had a change in the administration. But we were still able to meet our timeline of accomplishing phase 1 within that 1 year. So our timeline has been extended. It hasn't necessarily been delayed though. It's more informed now, and it provides enough time for us to give a good, robust planning process. Thank you, Troy. Also, what's really good news is the Fish and Wildlife Service just opened up their notice of funding opportunity for funds for fiscal year 19. We have about a month to turn around a grant application, and we're doing so, working with ODFW, and those are due May 17th. Because we're not aware if we are going to get that award or when that award may come, we are going to pursue phase 2 as you directed us to using forest development funds. And with that, I'll turn it over to Troy. Yeah, sure.
But are there resource constraints now, budgetary constraints that if we could get around those constraints, would this schedule change? Because I think there's I know that question comes up from time to time, and so it'd be good to be clear about that. I mean, is this the optimal schedule given the work that needs to be done now?
It really is. And as you see Troy's presentation of the scope of work that is outlined for phase 2, we couldn't have a more aggressive timeline. And also our staff internally is dedicated to the HCP process and all of the products developed therein. And we also are working with state and federal agencies. So there's an external component as well that's incorporated into the timeline.
And I would just add that we have brought a tremendous amount of capacity through 3 contractors. So ICF, Kearns and West, and Oregon Consensus. So that's a considerable amount of horsepower to bring to the effort, and would be difficult to add to that.
And just one more point on this, and this is something that Brian likes to bring up, and I think it makes Troy a little nervous, but the number of hours that we have in their contract is really the equivalent to 6 FTE. And so that is an enormous amount of increased capacity that we have here. And the majority of that right now is funded through that grant. Okay, now I'll turn it over to Troy Remick with ICF.
Great, thank you, State Forester Doherty, Chair Imeson, and members of the board. Nice to be here again, giving you an update on the HCP planning process. My name is Troy Remick with ICF. I'm the project manager for all of this technical work. I get to come and sit at the table and talk to you about it, but of course there's a small army of people behind me doing most of that work. Pretty much every kind of ologist you could imagine, and forest economists and harvest modelers, et cetera. So we have a great technical team, and I'll talk more about that as the process goes on. So I do want to acknowledge that. What I'm going to do today is just basically tell you where we are in the HCP planning process. So any HCP process basically has the same outline or same structure, and that's the steps that you see on the screen there. Pretty basic stuff, but one thing that's notable about those 5 steps is that plan setup and plan development are probably, I'll say, the most important. They're also the most time intensive or labor intensive. As you get into step 3, 4, and 5, that's really the stuff that happens at the end of the process after all of the meetings and all the technical work occurs. Then you do go out with a public draft. You eventually get your permits, and you ultimately then implement the HCP for the life of the permit term. We were last year, as part of the business case analysis, really doing most of that kind of plan setup work, the kind of who, what, where, why of it, scoping it out a little bit, if you will. We are very much now in plan development, and so everything that I'm talking about today really is at the beginning of this plan development stage. And this is really what that looks like. Moving, left to right, it really does cover the span of time that Cindy talked about just a second ago. There are, I think, 2 main phases of that process. One being the HCP development piece, which we're doing now, and then, of course, NEPA, which follows on that, as Cindy alluded to. What you see here are all of the other sort of layers of things that are happening and informing the HCP development process. So at the very top, you'll see engagement with FTLAC and this board, and the drop-down arrows signifying the times at which we will plan to come back to you and give you updates on where we are, like we are today. The arrow on the left there is us sitting here in the room. So that's, where we are in the process. As you can see moving forward, there's many things are happening at the same time. So we have ongoing stakeholder engagement. Brett's going to talk a lot about that after me. We have a steering committee made up of sort of policy level agency personnel, state and federal agency personnel. that are helping to guide the process. And then we have a scoping team, which are the more technical discussions, agency staff level folks helping to really guide and inform the strategies that we're putting in the HCP. And all of those things are happening sort of in parallel, as you can see. I think that is right. The one thing that Brett will talk more about, you see stakeholder engagement there is kind of like one solid line. That's going to be variable over time and be targeted in many ways, and we'll get more into that more later. The steering committee meets about every couple of months, and the scoping team meets about monthly. So there's a lot of work happening all along the way. As we dive into that HCP piece a little bit, I want to show you this because I think it does a pretty good job of describing what is actually going to be in the HCP, and also shows you, the process by which, the kind of stepwise process by which we have to go through it. It would be easy to think that we could just, write it all very quickly, but it really is a well thought out and stepwise process. And what I'm going to talk to you about today really are things that you would find in those first three arrows there: the introduction, the environmental setting, and the covered activities. So we're going to go over that at kind of a high level today. Later on in the coming months, we'll be working through conservation strategies and thinking about the effects analysis. Ultimately, this will be a permit from both federal agencies on ODF's activities on state lands. And so there is an analysis of what those activities are and how they may or may not be impacting covered species. And then the conservation strategy is our way of offsetting those effects, basically. Importantly, and one of I think the benefits of the HCP over the long term is that there will be a robust monitoring and adaptive management program. And then it is required that we think about, after we come up with all of these things, we think about how much is it going to cost and how are we going to pay for it. And so that is something that will be written into a kind of a standalone chapter of the HCP as well. So that work will be coming early next year. And then Cindy mentioned all of that then gets pulled together in kind of a first administrative draft by the middle of 2020, and we'll be back in front of you. We'll be back in front of you before then, but we will be back in front of you at that point as well. Another thing on this graphic, just to point out, you're well aware of the forest management plan update process that is underway. And I think it's important here to just note two things. One, there's a lot, you can tell just by the topics that are described there for the HCP process. There's a lot of overlap. There's a lot of points of connection between the forest management plan and the habitat conservation plan. And so one of the things that has been great and that I've been really impressed by is, ODF staff's ability to do those things at the same time, knowing that both plans are informing one another sort of simultaneously. And so we do, we're constantly checking in and making sure that we are moving in lockstep on those things. And then the last thing I'll say, and this sort of gets back to Cindy and Liz's points earlier, I mentioned I have a small army, but there is also a small army within ODF that's helping as well. There's been tremendous staff support within the agency, so we really appreciate that. Yep. Yep. Oh goodness, what did I do?
You're good.
Sorry. Yes, sorry. Go ahead. Correct. That's correct. And one thing I will point out, these arrows, they basically signify the time period over which we're going to be working on those things. Even when we get to the end of these arrows, I would say we're still sort of at a draft stage, right? Because we'll have had lots of conversations with the federal agencies and the other state agencies, but even at that point in time, there still may be changes as we go through the process. Once we get to the first admin stage, even when we're in the NEPA process, there still could be, circling back and making changes. So you'll see a first cut, I would say, and just know that it could change. Definitely, yeah, we definitely should be there by then. I think those things sort of go hand in hand. We have to, it's no accident that those arrows run parallel, because we really are thinking about conservation strategies, effects analysis, and monitoring all at the same time. So definitely. Mm-hmm. Excellent. So methodology sort of, yep. Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Was that working? Yep. Okay. Great. I won't push any extra buttons on the presentation anymore. So I'm going to spend a few slides here just walking you through. I always call it kind of the scope of the HCP. It's kind of the who, what, and where part of this. So I'm going to talk through geographic coverage of the HCP. Where will it apply? The permit term, the covered activities, and the covered species. And when you take those four things together, they give you a pretty good, those are kind of the key pillars of the HCP, and they give you a pretty good indication of what all of the analysis that will come later are really going to be, kind of boxed in by those four things. So first on the geographic coverage, one of the early decisions that we make when we work on HCP planning processes is, where is the permit going to apply? What is the permit area? And when we do that, we consider lots of things, and I've listed a few of those there. Oftentimes political or administrative boundaries are part of that. Sometimes it's an ecological decision. Sometimes it's a physical boundary. Sometimes it's all of those things, depending on the situation. We often also think about two different areas, I'll say. And so a permit area, very simply, is the area where the permit will apply. And it is, the easiest way to think about that is, where will the covered activities be occurring? Where does ODF have management authority and control of activities? And I'll talk more about that in a minute. And wherever that is, and wherever ODF might need permit coverage for the covered species, we would want that to be part of the permit area. But sometimes, because these plans have such a long planning horizon, sometimes we have to think about a slightly larger area, more of a plan area. And that really becomes the area of analysis under this effort. The reason why we think about the plan area usually is twofold, and this holds true in this case. Sometimes we want to think about it just from a data perspective, a species data, ecological perspective. We know that species don't really recognize administrative boundaries, right? So we have to think a little bit bigger sometimes, just to make sure that we have the right planning context from an ecological perspective. And then secondly, there is always the potential that things could change over time. So land ownership could change over time. And we wouldn't want to create a situation where we had a permit in place for a fixed landscape, and then ODF acquires a new property, 10 years from now, and they don't have permit coverage on that property, right? That would create an imbalance in how everything is managed, and it just wouldn't be very efficient. And so we do have to contemplate potential land exchanges and acquisitions over time. Before I show you the current kind of working version of our permit in planning areas, I do want to just stop for a minute and note that you are not alone in this effort. There's actually several other states right now, state forest agencies, that are working on HCPs and have gone through this process of figuring out what is their plan area and what should their species be. I'm just going to show you two examples. Here's one where actually 3 states have gotten together, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and they're working on an HCP for all of their state forest lands, the 3 state forest agencies. And that HCP is driven by bat species. So a few species of bats have become listed in the Midwest and East Coast. And those state forest agencies are now having to do federal Endangered Species Act compliance for those bats, and so they're doing HCPs. Similarly, you're probably familiar with an effort to the neighbor to the north in Washington State. There's actually 2 HCPs in place up there for all of the state timberlands. The issues that were considered on the Department of Natural Resources HCPs are probably most similar to what we're dealing with in the state of Oregon. Of course, many of the species are the same, and a lot of the forest resource issues are the same as well. There's also similar efforts ongoing in Pennsylvania and in Missouri. The state of New York is considering doing their own state forest HCP. So it's not a new thing. It's happening across the country, and there's a lot of best practices that can be drawn from that. Yep. Okay. Okay, sure. Sure, you bet. And so, and that's a great segue actually. So this is the kind of, I would say, the working version of our permit area and plan area for the Western Oregon HCP. And so what you see here, the orange, and I do apologize, we are dealing with a statewide scale. So in the plan itself, there will be lots of maps behind this that zoom in different areas so you can get a better sense. For the presentation today, we thought we would just show one. The orange on the map are basically lands that are under ODF management. So that's both Board of Forestry trust lands and common school lands that are under the management of ODF. So that's, of course, everything west of the Cascades, not including the Elliott. The Elliott, as we know, is on its own separate track, its own separate HCP. So all of the orange you see on the map are basically the lands under ODF management at the time. Right now, the boundary, the purple boundary, the easiest place to see it probably is here and maybe down here. We have drawn a purple boundary, or the plan area boundary, around areas that have been previously identified in ODF land acquisition or exchange plans. So one important thing to point out here is that doesn't mean that everything inside of those boundaries are going to be part of the permit area someday, but it's the all-encompassing area within which we think any acquisitions could occur over time. And again, remember, we're talking 50, 60, 70 years. And so we're trying to contemplate what could happen over time. And we've been working with the districts on that. In other places, it's harder to see on this map, and in a blow-up version, you could see it better. But there are some other more definitive boundaries drawn on the map and again, those are areas that are already identified in those land exchange and acquisition plans. So I say this is the working version because we have taken in a bunch of information from staff and from the districts. This is the representation of that. That is under review internally right now, and so it may change a little bit, but I think this is generally where we're headed. So this kind of becomes the area of analysis on our planning process. Quickly on the permit term, there's no set permit term for HCPs. It can be, I'll say it can be whatever you want it to be, but that's actually not true either. We think about a couple of important things when we try to consider what the permit term is. One is the covered activities themselves. So we want to give enough coverage so that we can, for as long as we have predictability around the covered activities, we want to provide coverage for that. Now we know that forest-related activities are going to be happening, in perpetuity, likely. So we can't have an in perpetuity permit. So then we have to start asking other questions about what we might do to define what that permit term is. And the main thing that's informing this permit term is how long will the conservation take? So the standard in HCPs is that you have to accomplish the conservation by the end of the permit term. So it doesn't have to be immediate, it has to be over the course of the permit term. And so the permit term becomes important when considering what we think the landscape is going to look like in the future and what that means in terms of conservation for species. So one of the things that kind of reins that in a little bit for us is just predictability, ecological predictability over time. And we know that things are changing and they're changing rapidly. And so it becomes harder to predict ecologically how things might look over 30, 40, 50, 60 years. But we feel pretty comfortable that we will have at least a 50-year permit term. And I leave that a little loose right now because we'll circle back around to this after we get the conservation strategy sorted out and have a better understanding of what we need the landscape to do over time from a conservation perspective. And that'll inform the final permit term number. Two last things to touch on, and they're important. One is the covered activities. So before I say any more about that, it is important to state that you don't have to cover every activity. You don't have to cover everything in an HCP. You really only have to cover those activities that you think are likely to result in take of the covered species. So we do kind of go through a purposeful selection process for covered activities and make sure that we ask those questions to any applicant. These are kind of the key questions we ask, and some of them are really, really simple and no-brainers, but others are a little more nuanced. So firstly, is it in the plan area or the permit area? That's an obvious thing. If it's not, we wouldn't cover it. Will it have impact on the covered species? And that's an assessment, kind of an early judgment call right now. We'll, of course, vet that out as we go through the effects analysis. Is there enough information on the covered activities to actually say something meaningful about it in the permit process? So we have to know enough about when it's going to happen, what it's going to look like, and what the resulting potential effects might be in order to cover it. So in some HCPs, there are activities that we're pretty sure, we know they're in the permit area, we're pretty sure they're going to have impacts, but we have no idea when that's going to occur or how to define it. And so we, in that case, wouldn't include that activity. So far in this process, we haven't run across anything like that. I think we can comfortably cover everything. And then lastly and importantly, it is required that the applicant has control of the activities. So it doesn't mean you have control of the land, it just means you have control of the activities, and that could be that, that you're doing the activity. Could be that you have permit authority for that activity, or that you are entering into a contractual relationship with somebody, a third party, to do those activities. So you have control of the activity and you have the ability to enforce the HCP. And as we go through that selection process, we land on these 5 very broad buckets. There's, of course, will be more detail behind each of these as we get into it, but timber harvest, stand management activities, road system management, which is sort of an all-encompassing, recreation facilities. So that's something that will need to be considered as part of this as well. So important, not recreation in and of itself, but just facilities, new and maintaining existing. And then the implementation of the conservation strategy itself. So we know that over the long term, the conservation actions will have a benefit for the species, but over the short term, they could actually have an impact. So when you do a restoration, like an aquatic restoration project, you're going to have benefits over time, but initially you might have some short-term detrimental effects. And so we like to calculate those as well and offer coverage for that.
Question?
Yep.
So recreation is deemed not under the control of the state agency as a reason it's not included recreational activities?
Well, at this point in time, I would just say I don't know that we know that those activities are actually going to result in take of the species, so they may not rise to the level of take. What did I do? Sorry. And so that's why at this point in time, I've limited it to facilities. Both, if you were going to construct something new or even just maintenance of existing recreational facilities, that's the kind of thing that whether it be noise or of the actual, putting something on the ground could result in take. People going out and passively using the landscape is, I think there's a question about whether or not that would actually rise to the level of take and need to be covered under a permit.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So the last topic is covered species. Similar to covered activities, you don't have to actually include every species in your HCP just because they're in your permit area. It's sometimes an early inclination to try and cover everything. If we're doing a long-term permit, we want to buy as much insurance as possible, so cover as many species as you can. And while that sounds good, it also means you have to know enough about every species and treat every species as if they're listed today and do a similar level of analysis and commit to a similar level of monitoring on the back end for those species. So there is a balance there as we're thinking about the covered species list to make sure that we're getting enough take coverage over time, but not biting off more than we can chew at this point in time. And so we similarly provide or apply some pretty standard selection criteria for our covered species. And we looked at, over probably, I don't know the exact number, but I'd say over 100 species when we're thinking about the species that we know are within our permit and planning area and that we might want to consider coverage for. Does the range of the species overlap with our permit area? Are impacts likely to occur? Again, similar to our discussion a second ago about covered activities. Is the species listed now, or do we think it's likely to become listed during the permit term? So this is an important one because HCPs allow you to not only include species that are currently listed at the federal level, but you can include species that are not yet listed, but that you think have a pretty high likelihood of becoming listed. And this was the, if you remember back to the business case analysis last year, this was the one thing that I think potentially provides the best long-term benefit of this HCP, is that we know that if more species become listed and more timber harvest sales, for example, might have to deal with ESA compliance around those issues, it would be nice to have a process already in place under the HCP to handle those things. So we are thinking about including a few species that are not yet listed, but that we think might become listed. And then lastly, do we know enough about the species? Similar to everything else, we have to know enough about where they are and how they use the landscape so that we can make smart decisions about how we think they may be affected by the covered activities, and then the kinds of conservation actions we want to do and the kinds of monitoring that we need to make sure that those actions are working. We have landed on a list of 15 species at this point in time, so eight fish and 7 wildlife. I won't go through them one by one. Most of them are very familiar to you. There are a few on there that we've included. I'll just mention the salamanders, particularly the 2 aquatic salamanders. Those are the kind of species that we include because they're not yet listed, but we think thinking about climate change and how things are going to change over time, likely to become listed at least some point during the future. Red tree vole would fall into that same category, not listed now, but may become listed in the future, and it would be the kind of species that it would be really good to have a strategy in place if and when it does become listed. With that, I'm going to stop and turn it over to Brett. He's going to talk about stakeholder engagement. Yeah. Question?
A quick question on the map that you had. There's
Yes.
different orange places. So those are the state lands, and then there's a planning area around some of those. Within that planning area, some of those state parcels are not connected with one another. There's intervening other lands, whatever it might be. What assumptions can you make or would you make regarding management of those intervening lands as might affect dispersal and recolonization of patches as they grow into habitat?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And there's 2 levels to that answer. One is we definitely will consider what those intervening lands, not just intervening between parcels, but adjacent lands in other areas, what the management of those lands will likely be over time, and use that so that within our planning area, we can make decisions about priorities, conservation priorities, the second part of that is, I'll just add that we have to be careful in the HCP that we can't rely on what's happening on those lands as part of our conservation strategy. So we have to have an all-encompassing conservation strategy that can be implemented on state forest lands. We're going to have the context of the adjacent lands and the intervening lands for sure, and that's going to inform our conservation strategy. But we couldn't, for example, say we don't have to do X on our lands because they're doing Y, or they're doing X on their lands. There's actually pretty solid court cases related to that. And so while we'll use it as part of our planning context, we won't be relying on it as part of our conservation strategy.
Right, you can't tell your neighbors what they can do on their land,
Correct.
but you have to make sure that what you're proposing will conserve the species despite what may occur.
That's correct. That's correct.
Thank you.
You ready to release this thing? Okay. Okay, Chair Emerson, State Forest Authority, and members of the board. My name is Brett Brownscombe. I work at Oregon Consensus, and I'm here to talk to you about the process side of things. And as everyone knows, the process side is always the most riveting part of any presentation. So first off, what this project is moving forward as an Oregon Consensus project, and what does that mean? Here to cover a bit about that. And first, within that, I thought I'd show an overview of kind of who is Oregon Consensus, and a quick run through that. Oregon Consensus sits within the context of the Hatfield School of Government at Portland State University, and Oregon Consensus is within a center called the National Policy Consensus Center. It works on a whole host and variety of issues: transportation, education, poverty, community response and resilience, and natural resources, which is where we are with this project. There are national programs and Oregon programs at the National Policy Consensus Center. The state programs are the focus here, and There are two. So Oregon Consensus and Oregon Solutions. And I guess broadly speaking, Oregon Solutions is the types of projects that go through that door are where there's generally a path forward that's been identified and interests have some common ground around that path, but it takes funding, resources, or resources in the form of decision makers, and sometimes working across state, federal, and local decision makers to get something done. Those are the kinds of things that would go through that door. Oregon Consensus is an area where there's not existing agreement around a path forward. There's lack of agreement between participants or interests. And so that's the kind of project that, we're talking about here, knowing the background on state forest management and habitat conservation plans. So with this, it's often said at NPCC that there's no wrong door. I mean, the kind of what the center and Oregon Consensus brings to the table is we work with public decision makers to work with communities to help reach decisions and decisions that would solve problems. So a bit of additional background real quick. Oregon Consensus has been around since 1990. It sits within the broader state university system in the larger kind of Oregon University System Program for Conflict Resolution. It's the state's legislatively established program for conflict resolution and has various positioning in state statutes where the legislature over years of visits around how public decision making is done has decided to encourage alternative dispute resolution over other forms of process or outcomes, certainly as opposed to advancing with pathways that involve constant litigation. So we're a neutral forum that provides and brings expertise and capacity to facilitation and mediation, helping to reach decisions on contentious issues. And we have that's the value add that we would hope to bring to any project, including this one. We also have a relationship to what's called an affiliate practitioner team, which is a network of private sector resources, people who do this kind of work and can bring skills into this kind of work from the private sector. And in that vein, Kearns and West, who you'll hear about and have heard about already, has been engaged directly in this process as a private sector lead in facilitating parts of this process, which I'll get to in a second here. So Oregon has a reputation as a collaborative place and doing collaboration well. And collaborative approaches can bring increased durability to decisions, increased creativity, more integrated solutions, and building, buy-in over time when done well. In that context, what the center does and what any Oregon Consensus project does is brings together some common principles which are listed here, but recognizing that every project and every table where a decision is going to be made is different, takes distinct approaches based on those common principles to trying to advance a process to help a decision maker reaching a decision. In this context, the Board of Forestry, you all, is the ultimate decision maker. I don't think you are uninformed on that point. The Oregon Department of Forestry, so the Peter and staff, Liz, Cindy, are doing the lead work, the kind of convener entity in setting tables, moving the work forward at tables that would eventually come to you, the board, as the ultimate decision maker. Within the actual HCP work areas, there's a scoping team and a steering committee. The steering committee is comprised of decision-making, policy, leadership level people from relevant state and federal agencies. These are the ones, this is the place where the direction is given to the scoping team, which is comprised of the technical and science program leads within the same state and federal agencies. There's also knowing that within those boxes of agencies, we don't have counties, we don't have the general public, we don't have stakeholder interest groups. There's a public engagement process, a stakeholder engagement process, and then recognizing the distinct relationship, an effort with the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee to stay engaged, to build transparency and communication so that boxes don't appear to be black boxes, and that there's information flow back and forth across how the HCP is developing and where various interests are on the issues that are being discussed and negotiated through the HCP effort. The last things I'd say about this are Kearns and West. Kearns and West is the lead facilitator within both the steering committee and the scoping team, and the public engagement lead as well. Oregon Consensus, in the form of myself, is staying engaged at the steering committee level, as well as around the public engagement, stakeholder engagement, and engagement with counties, and between meetings to try to help advance interest around rounding out a picture of an HCP that ideally has as much buy-in as a good process can bring. So that's a bit about the structure of the process, where we are to date. We've completed a series of assessment interviews, and so as part of every project, Oregon Consensus project, we try to not make assumptions, and we go out and interview a variety of diverse interests around how they're looking at this picture and this issue around an HCP, and then use that to inform what a process would look like. So those interviews are done. We've also had as a team, I say we, the kickoff meeting for this HCP effort has occurred. That happened on March 21st. There's also been more recently some things that are not noted on the slide. April 12th, we met directly with the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee, and it was productive and a helpful invitation to that table to present on the HCP and engage with the counties at that table. And then after that meeting, there was a public roundtable gathering, which was more informal and I think productive in terms of the flow of information and discussion that happened there. Moving forward, what's anticipated on the process is more public meetings. So we're anticipating regular quarterly public meetings, which would be a broad, updates, information on the progress of the HCP, y'all come kind of events, informational updates using ODF's email and website, and then more directed stakeholder engagement, which as the slide notes here, we're still using what we've learned so far through interviews and then some of the meetings that I've mentioned to inform exactly how we do that. And there are different approaches. There are relationships with counties that are distinct. There are relationships within different stakeholder interests, and there are relationships around those who have been in this conversation for a long time, and then those who haven't and are looking to learn more and get into it. And so we're trying to take all of that into consideration when designing the different facets of a broader public engagement process. So with that, I'd like to turn it back to Liz for the next step in the presentation here.
Great, thanks, Brett. So I wanted to touch base on the forest management plan work that we've been conducting here for a couple of years, looking at a revision for a forest management plan that would be used under a take avoidance scenario rather than an incidental take permit, which is what we would have with an HCP. So wanted to give sort of the bigger picture view because clearly these efforts are integrated. Troy talked a little bit about that. We're going to need a forest management plan that's either based on take avoidance or an HCP. And if it's a forest management plan with an HCP, that is a revised forest management plan. It won't just lay over the top of our current plan. And so our efforts in each of these on the HCP and the FMP are closely coordinated. We've already identified some areas that will translate to a forest management plan for an incidental take permit. If you all decide you want to stick with take avoidance, those are already embedded in a take avoidance plan. So that's, wanted to step back and provide that picture. So in terms of the forest management plan in and of itself, the next steps are to continue drafting the forest management plan. And we think we can get to a point by the end of summer, early fall, where we've got a good enough draft to work with stakeholders in the Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee and the public to share what we've got in mind, seek input, and to the degree that we can, incorporate that input. And if we can't incorporate it, provide a documentation so that folks know what wasn't incorporated and why. So that's what we're envisioning for the forest management plan, the plan development itself, and then setting the stage so that we can come back to you in March of next year if stuff stays on track. And at that point, we will have worked with a consultant or two, depends on what responses are to RFP, to do two things. One is to look at a comparative analysis of the draft take avoidance plan revised as compared to the current plan. And that analysis, that comparative analysis, is intended to answer the question, the direction that we've been given from the board to revise the plan, to improve conservation, and to improve financial viability. And so we would be asking the contractor to answer those questions. Does the revised plan increase financial viability? Does it increase conservation? If not, what are the trade-offs, so that you all can think about that in the policy context? And are there ways to adjust the revised forest management plan if it doesn't meet the twin goals, sort of that turn the dials idea to possibly get it there? We're going to want the contractor to be able to present the level of certainty in their analysis. And when it comes to the fiscal analysis, they will have incorporated a budget associated for research and monitoring and adaptive management. So really asking for that whole picture evaluation. We'll also have worked with the contractor to perform a peer review of the draft review itself. And so this is really intended to get to that place next spring where you all have something in front of you to look at, and does a revise be able to answer the question, and we'll have a recommendation depending on the outcomes of the analysis. Does a revised plan meet the twin goals? And then that work is going to be put aside, if you will, side burner, while the HCP work, I'll say, comes to a conclusion, at least phase 2 comes to conclusion. And at that point, we would have an analysis for you all to help in your decision around, do you want us to proceed with an FMP with take avoidance, or do you want us to proceed with an FMP with this incidental take permit? So it's really a staged, first answer the twin goals piece, and then have the information that you need to make a decision on how you want us to move forward. So that's the FMP, HCP. They're clearly, as compared to last year, much more integrated at this point, and as a result of you all giving us direction to move forward into phase 2. And Cindy made this point in the beginning, and just want to clarify it. Should you decide that you want us to pursue an HCP, what that really means is we're applying for a permit through the federal services, and then the NEPA process plays out to determine if we're going to get that permit or not. So that's how the two are going to be integrated over the coming year. And the next steps for the forest management plan, I'll hit on, we talked about this, I think throughout the presentation already, but I'll hit on it again for the HCP. It's implementing the public engagement process that Brett just described. It's beginning to develop and evaluate those conservation strategies, and Troy talked at length about that. We talked about an update in September and the types of things we heard from you, Cindy, that you'd be looking for at that time. So that's through this year. And then next year, we would be providing an update again on the HCP at the April board meeting. And then in July, we would have a presentation for you all on the HCP FMP decision and what we know about the benefits of an HCP for you all to make that decision. So it's a lot to do, but we have a great team and feel like we've got that this is, I would submit to you all, this is the best plan that we've been able to come up with in order to accomplish all of this work and meet the direction of the board to date.
Cindy has a question.
Yeah, so
and before we move into that, I just want to make clear we do have public input too.
Yeah.
So, and then we
Yeah,
can
this
also
is
revisit this.
clarifying
So, yeah.
question. Yep. So I thought I heard you say that you're going to be developing a take avoidance FMP, not an incidental take FMP.
No, let me clarify that.
Okay.
So the forest management plan revision process we've been under so far since 2013 has been looking at the current plan and considering revisions that could be made to that plan. And that plan is being implemented with a take avoidance strategy. That's where we are right now because we don't have an incidental take permit. So with take avoidance, what we're doing, and this is what we've identified as one of the problems with, or one of the challenges associated with the current plan, with the take avoidance strategy, that's an operation by operation analysis. So if we're have a harvest unit planned or road construction or a rock quarry, any of those activities, if we're thinking those would occur in an area that has potential habitat for the listed species, we have to do a biological analysis to determine if there's going to be an impact. So that's the take avoidance. We're operating under it right now. And the revision we've been operating under would assume that same thing. The FMP that goes with HCP is an incidental take permit.
Right.
And so your decision next year will be, do you want us to continue?
Are you developing both the FMP that would go with the incidental take and the FMP that would go with take avoidance?
Yes.
The question.
And some
so
of
you're
those,
developing two FMPs.
Well, no.
Because presumably they're different.
Almost, so close. There are pieces of the take avoidance plan that will translate to an FMP that goes with an incidental take permit. But that incidental take permit is going to have, for example, different conservation strategies and different kinds of expectations for timber activity than might be expected under a take avoidance.
Right.
So there's
so
going to
the question, I guess, is what are you coming to? I'm sorry. What are you coming to us with in the spring? Which version of the FMP, or are you coming to us with both versions and putting them on hold until we find out whether the HCP comes to fruition?
Thank you. It's good to clarify that. In the spring, it's going to be the current forest management plan compared to the revision we've been working on
the take avoidance.
Take avoidance. And we will have asked the question and have an analysis to demonstrate if that revision meets the twin goals, which we've been directed to do.
Okay. So are we also at some point in time going to get the FMP that would pair with the HCP if that's the choice we end up making, and the analysis of whether that version meets the twin goals?
Right. I'll speak to that and then I'll let Cindy weigh in on that. The first step really, the first step in July will be you all determining, do you want us to move forward with the HCP or not? And if the answer is yes on the HCP, that's where we take anything that translates from the takeaway. This is complicated, so I apologize. Anything that translates from the take avoidance plan into the beginning of a forest management plan that would go with the HCP.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Okay.
It is.
So the analysis, whichever version we end up giving you direction to proceed with in the spring, will have the analysis of whether or not it meets the twin goals.
Correct.
Whether it's the take avoidance or the incidental take approach.
No, in the spring, we'll answer the question, does a revised take avoidance plan meet the twin goals? We're not talking about the incidental take permit at all. We need to check that box and just answer that question. Has there been a plan that's been developed that meets the twin goals, assuming take avoidance?
Okay.
Put that on the side burner. We come back in July and we have a presentation, characterization of an HCP, and a comparison then of an HCP with an incidental take permit to the FMP with a take avoidance. And at that point, you will make your decision which directions you want us to go.
Okay, what I'm looking for is at what point do we have both potential directions we could go compared to the current plan with respect to the twin goals?
Oh, so you want, I see what you're, so that would be the July timeframe, the forest management plan as is. If you've decided we have a take avoidance plan that meets the twin goals, that's in that analysis, and a plan with an incidental take permit.
So this is July of next year
Yes.
you're talking about?
Correct.
By that point, we will know the FMP with incidental take analysis of its ability to meet the twin goals, and we will also have the FMP with take avoidance analyzed with respect to its ability to meet the twin goals.
So I'll weigh in here. So our plan is in July of 2020 to bring the draft HCP. And our plan is also to update that business case analysis. So you recall that we did that business case analysis. It was based on a number of assumptions regarding our timber management and conservation strategies. And it was pretty gross assumptions. So we're going to then have all of our strategies in place so that we're going to be able to more adequately quantify that and look at in 50 years what is better, the habitat conservation plan with an incidental take permit or the plan that you choose.
Okay, so the point I'm getting at is I'd like to have both options compared against the twin goals as compared to the current FMP.
Right, and so I'll just finish.
Not as, oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
so it's good to have this conversation. I'll just finish that the FMP that we're developing now is for the take avoidance. When we come to you in July, and we're kind of noting where there may be pieces of that wouldn't comply with an HCP. If you determined that we are to move forward with an HCP and an incidental take permit in July, at that time, we would, during the NEPA process, so we have a year during that time frame, we would be populating that FMP with the HCP components to make those more coordinated. The big pieces of the forest management plan that would be different are the timber management and the conservation strategies. Those are also the two pieces that would be contributing to the twin goals. So an HCP with the forest management plan that would be a companion document to an HCP is more of some of those outlying factors that wouldn't necessarily be a large piece of a twin goals analysis. So our plan is to not have 3 concurrent planning processes going on in the next year. It is to do the take avoidance at the FMP, do the habitat conservation plan, come back to you with that business case analysis, because in November, you expressed that you wanted to see the business case analysis populated with the facts after we developed those strategies. That seemed to be something that was easy to communicate, not only with the board members, but with FTLAC and the stakeholders. And we may need to do a little bit of talking offline about what you want to see out of a twin goals and whether or not that would work for the HCP. Yes, go ahead, Peter.
And let me add one way to think about this. So we'll develop a FMP under take avoidance and compare it to the current FMP and answer the question, have we even met the twin goals? So we have that. We got that comparison. We finish the HCP. We compare that to the take avoidance new FMP and ask which is better. So we
there's
know.
there's the point I was trying to get at. I think it's more important for us to be sure that we compare the management plan that we would have if we go the HCP route with the current FMP. And I'm not hearing that we're going to have that.
Well, so if the revised FMP is better than the current FMP, and it's better than the current FMP in meeting the twin goals, then you compare it to the revised FMP with a take permit and with an HCP and make the comparison. There's only two choices. The HCP is better or not better, and then you've had a sequential comparison. If it's better with an HCP, then it's got to be better than the current plan.
Yes, Brenda.
Cindy makes a good point. We're not comparing two FMPs. We're not comparing an FMP with a take avoidance to an FMP with an incidental take permit. We're comparing an FMP with take avoidance to an HCP that does not yet have a management plan. And therein lies the problem. You're comparing apples to oranges when you put up that choice of one against the other when one isn't complete.
So, do you have something, Joe?
Well, I mean, the answer could be no between the two FMPs, right? Don't meet the twin goals, right? The answer could be no.
Yeah.
And then you stay with the current FMP, correct? Or you modify that FMP.
Right, but if the twin goals are that we improve financial viability and conservation outcomes as compared to the current FMP. And so I would like to see both of the alternatives that we're going to be considering, the take avoidance FMP and what would be the FMP that would accompany the HCP if we go that route to the current FMP. You know, sort of how do they meet the twin goals, which is to improve conservation outcomes and financial viability as compared to the current FMP. So it's sort of a.
No, I thank you. And I think what I'm feeling probably is going to be the best way for us to sort of get our hands around this is I think the questions and conversations have been well vetted here, and we'll take those and do a better job of answering those for you all so that we have a plan that you all understand and that we feel like we can implement. Brenda's got exactly the right point. We'll be bringing an HCP that doesn't have a fully fledged forest management plan. We will have some components of it for sure, but we won't have the whole thing. The thing that we need you to be able to tell us is, do you want us to keep working on an HCP and go into NEPA? Or do you want us to take the revised plan, if you think it meets the twin goals, and go into a rulemaking process where that plan is then adopted by rule as our forest management plan? And the reason it is a critical piece that we all are on the same page with this, because clearly it's been challenging to go down these processes at the same time. So in July of next year, we need to pick one, and we need to hear from you what it is you want us to do. And so we'll need to have the right information for you to be able to make that decision.
My thought is, I cannot conceive how you would be able to give us that information if you don't have both approaches fully developed so that you can analyze their ability to meet the twin goal. You know, the HCP process obviously is going to be emphasizing and heavy on the conservation strategies.
And the timber management strategies.
But I don't know how you could possibly, if you don't have the fully fleshed out proposal for the HCP that would accompany that, or FMP that would accompany the HCP, I have no idea how you could conceivably evaluate whether or not it can meet the twin goals, because you don't know what the whole plan is.
Can I respond? Yeah. So I think the it's really the fact that the FMP that's goes along with the HMP isn't fully developed at that point in time. It's actually, that's not that big of an issue, because the elements of the HCP that would plug into an FMP that will inform timber management and conservation and all of those key elements to help make those decisions, those would all be in the HCP. Once you, if and when you decide that that's the path you want to go, the fact of swapping out some of the take avoidance conservation strategies and timber harvest strategies with those that are in the HCP. That's, in my mind, a bit of a formality after the fact. So I think what we'll have to work on between now and then is just rather than saying it's FMP or FMP take avoidance or HCP, it's really the key elements in there, the levels of harvest and the levels of conservation, and the key elements that are going to be similar in either scenario to get that kind of apples to apples comparison. Yeah, that's what I think it is. So I think it's really just a bit of a terminology.
Yeah, I certainly don't want to end up in a situation where we've got something fully developed and defined and analyzed and something that's a bit amorphous, because there's no way to decide between them. You don't know what the amorphous produces.
So I just want to maybe summarize the way I see it, and that is we will end up next July with a choice to make between two competing things. One is the basis for an incidental take permit, the other is take avoidance. Rather than having a complementary approach where we have no choice to make, where we have a more efficient planning process with an HCP going forward and a lockstep forest management plan being developed with it. And we heard this morning from the governor's office that HCP was something that's her priority. So I'm a little confused about why we're going this route, but I know the history, Liz. I've gone back and looked at the document that lays out the strategy. But at this point in time, I'm just really puzzled why we're setting up a competition rather than a collaboration.
And I understandably, and stakeholders are having similar, it's a quandary. It's hard to explain. It's hard to piece out. And I appreciate, have been able to share some of that, those historic documents. But basically, we're on a pathway that has been anchored into board direction for several years, starting in 2013. So, which was to go down parallel paths. And it's evolved. There were different decisions along the way. And it was, I want to say, a year and a half ago, where the board was very clear about the importance of an HCP. Cindy applied for and successfully got the grant to help us really go and really bring in a lot of resources to make it happen. But that is why we're here. And like I said, I think we have a plan that allows us to be really efficient on those two pathways.
And I think it helps, if I could, it helps the board make the decision about what it wants to do with respect to an HCP. I mean, we understand that the governor wants an HCP. I don't think the governor's saying, I want whatever HCP there is out there. So there's a lot of work to be done to see what that HCP looks like. And I think having that comparison is a useful thing, but I think we all really are hoping to get a really good HCP as part of this process.
The one I'd just like to add, recall one of the discussions about maintaining board options and to not develop a take avoidance strategy. We were down that path the last time we did the forest management plan revision and couldn't get through to the final HCP. When you make the decision, it doesn't mean we're going to get that take permit. It means we're going to apply for that take permit. And if we haven't done parallel paths, we've done all this work and we get to the NEPA process and it goes off the rails, which it has done in the past, then we haven't maintained our options throughout the process. So that's one of the things that I know was in the early board decisions about going down these parallel paths.
What I'd caution against, and I agree, we do want to maintain our options, but I think we want to have fully fleshed out options. So, the last process has been summarized as we ended up with an HCP that was designed to be paired, or we ended up with an FMP that was designed to be paired with an HCP, and we didn't get the HCP. I would hate to end us going down this process where we end up with an HCP paired with an FMP that wasn't designed to go with an HCP. You know, I mean, that would also be awkward and untenable. And so if we're fully pursuing the HCP route, I think we need to fully pursue the accompanying FMP route that would go with that HCP.
Well, and I think,
you know, and otherwise I think we're setting up a situation where we could end up equally discombobulated, but in the other direction.
well, unfortunately, we have a great staff both on the consultant side and my side, and they're coordinating the development of both of them. So they're doing this in a coordinated way that while they're parallel process, they're not creating FMP that can't be combined with the HCP at the appropriate point. Is that fair to say?
You said it better than I could. That's exactly right, yes.
In a sense, we're not developing two competing plans here.
No.
We are coming up with, I think, responsible.
I think that there's.
And what I heard is that we can easily, with an HCP, plug those into the work on the FMP.
I think there's been good points made here on all of this, but I also feel we're starting to go in a circle. And I think it might be time to move on to the other testimony and come back to this.
Great, thank you.
So we have 6 people who've signed up, and we'll take them 3 at a time. First 3 are Dave Ivanoff, Ray Jones, and Bob Van Dyke. And then the second 3 will be Chandra Ferrari, Jason Gonzalez, and Donald Fontenot. And we'll keep the 4-minute per person timer on and hope that you can be succinct and help us along today.
Good afternoon, Chair Imison and members of the Board of Forestry. I'm Dave Ivanoff, representing Hampton Lumber. Hampton employs about 700 people in Northwest Oregon. And after attending the FTLAC meeting and participating in the roundtable discussion with ODF staff in the afternoon on April 12th, I've come away with some concerns and questions about the HCP. Specifically, I don't have a clear understanding from what baseline will ODF negotiate, and I don't have a clear understanding of the level of intensity and strength that ODF will come into that negotiating process. And by way of example, it's my strong belief that the Forest Practice Act is a regulatory framework that is available to ODF, and while I'm not necessarily suggesting that the ODF should manage pursuant to just the FPA, I am suggesting strongly that when you take into account the opportunity cost of an HCP, it's important to use that FPA as the regulatory framework to measure opportunity costs. As it relates to the conservation strategies that are going to be finalized this summer by August of this year, I've got huge concerns about this because this is going to be a private, closed process. I don't have any idea what's going to be embodied within these conservation strategies. These will underpin the HCP, and if they're unnecessarily onerous, it's going to have huge potential to irreparably compromise the ability of ODF to manage these lands consistent with the trust mandate. Specifically, there's going to be an effects analysis period this fall, and at that point in time, that's when we're going to see for the first time what the conservation strategies are. And it's my belief and history and experience that involved in process around how these lands ought to be managed. Anytime policy is rolled out, if it's deemed to be onerous, at least from my perspective or somebody else, there's very little opportunity or chance it's going to get adjusted. So I'm very concerned about the lack of transparency in the development of these conservation strategies. Specifically, I have huge concerns about the makeup of the scoping team. There are no technical experts that have been named that are experts in forest economics, silviculture, the social sciences, to provide opportunity context around the implications of policy. And I'm going to I'm going to just speak for this, so I don't want to miss any of this. Based on past HCP efforts, experts in these areas that I just mentioned are clearly needed to help ODF negotiators to operate from a position of strength and help them recognize when a need for an exit strategy is required in the inevitable likelihood of intransigent positions that will be taken by the federal services, again, based on past history. A poorly negotiated HCP will have devastating consequences on the communities in which Hampton Lumber operates in Northwest Oregon. And listening to the FTLAC meeting and the roundtable, and again, even from the comments heard this morning from the governor's office, it seems to me that there's a real trajectory that we're going to get an HCP no matter the cost, and that's deeply concerning to me. I'm going to echo what Commissioner Yamamoto said. At the beginning of the FTLAC meeting, Commissioner John Sweet from Coos County gave what I would call gripping and gut-wrenching testimony around the implications of the GP sawmill closure in Coos County and the exacerbation of the symptoms of poverty that county faces with drug and alcohol abuse, domestic violence, childhood trauma and crime. And with great emotion at the end of his comments, John Sweet looked around at his colleagues and said, do not allow this to happen to your communities.
If you're
okay, I'll just say one last thing. I guess I just respectfully request that you recognize that an HCP has to be based on science, and that we very much are at the risk of a Coos County situation transpiring in Northwest Oregon. And I would respectfully request the board instruct ODF to negotiate from a position of strength on behalf of Oregon's small communities and their citizens. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Amison, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to comment again. I appreciate it. We've talked today about the FMP process and the HCP process, and my comments today will be narrowly directed towards the FMP process. Previously, the department and the board together have been going down the path of developing a new FMP, which I'm happy that they're doing that, along with the HCP process. True, there's a lot of work there, but I look forward to seeing both what the new FMP draft looks like as well as the HCP when we get there. A little bit of background, and for those that have been on the board for a long time, I apologize for some of these points because you've heard them before. But I thought it's helpful. Liz mentioned during her presentation that, you know, this FMP process started more than 5 years ago, and matter of fact, it did. And Governor Kitzhaber at the time convened a group of stakeholders, and 3 of the 8 are sitting right here ready to give testimony today. And a very interesting process. And the reason the governor called that stakeholder group together was to develop a plan that's more financially viable than the one which is the current FMP. If you go back into the history and look at the numbers for that time, at the time that plan was delivering about $5 million less than it needed to on an annualized basis, and it was projected that the Forest Development Fund would be going into the red real soon. And thankfully for everybody, in and outside the industry and this board and the department, we hit a market high like I've never seen in my career over the last 2 years. Log and lumber prices skyrocketed. People that have bought state timber sales accelerated their harvest schedules, as well as the existing and new contracts. That provided a windfall. And that windfall was a gift, really, when I think about it, because it gives the board, gives the department more time to work through this process. Some of my points were covered by Dave and Commissioner Yamamoto, so I'll just narrow it down to 2 points. The first one is a new FMP needs to demonstrate more financial viability than the old plan did. It must be durable. We use durable in the context of conservation outcomes usually, but the financial piece of it and all the benefits that are derived from the financial viability piece of it needs to be durable over the course of the plan. And it must be durable through those up and down cycles. We're not going to change the up and down nature of this business. So just something to keep in mind. The new plan needs to be durable, as I said, from a conservation perspective, and it must be balanced and durable from the other financial, social, and rural community standpoint. And I would just jump to my last point because the yellow light's on. I would just ask the board and the department to stay on track with these parallel paths. I think when we get to the end of those parallel paths, you're going to be in a better position, armed with more information, more comparability to compare. Actually, there will be 3 plans to reference, and I think that's a good spot to be in. Thank you.
The board members, for the record, Bob Van Dyke, Wild Salmon Center. We appreciate the chance to provide testimony. I thought I knew what I was going to say before the board discussion and presentation there. I still do about the first part, and that seems like the HCP pathway is pretty clear. Obviously, I think like a lot of folks, it's we wished that this delay hadn't occurred, but it seems to be in part connected to the federal services and money showing up, et cetera. So, but it's still good to see that really clear path there. I was less clear in the FMP revision conversation. And partly for this reason is that in January of 2018, you approved a very specific work plan to revise the forest management plan that had multiple check-ins along the way. And you've been pursuing that. It hasn't been going quite as fast, I think, as some of you hope, but there have been several presentations. And so I went back and revisited that, and it said that the next thing coming up is this discussion of goals, strategies, and measurable outcomes, which were to be presented to you the next step in the process. And they've been describing it all along as this step-by-step process, because I think all the stakeholders have been wanting to know, well, what is this exactly? What are the goals for this new plan? What's it going to look like? So it seems in the materials today, which was as an information item, is that that's been abandoned now, and that there's this another approach now, which is that the department's just going to bring something back to you later, that they'll develop this on their own and talk to stakeholders and won't have the check-ins along the way. So I don't know if I'm against that or not, but I am against it just sort of happening de facto. It seems like there should be a formal presentation that says, here's the new timeline, here's how the check-ins are going to happen, and here's when these processes will come together again or meet each other. And I think maybe that's where you end up. It sounds like Ms. Dent was saying that she'll bring back some more specificity on how these different tracks work. I think for me, and my organization, what we'd prefer is for you to take new core concepts that you've learned in the last 15 years that you think are important changes that are needed to the forest management plan, and bring those into the HCP process so that you're building the best plan you can. And then if you can't get to the HCP, you've got something ready there to pursue otherwise. You've got a revised FMP that contains these new concepts. It doesn't make sense to me exactly to say, let's revise the FMP while doing the HCP, when the HCP is probably going to adopt some of those new concepts that are being used anyway. So anyway, that would be clearer to me. That is getting the FMP ready for the HCP, or getting it ready to be changed in any case should the HCP not be achieved. It seems like that's the one path. The last thing I'd like to say is I'd like to take some exception to the notes of the county commissioner earlier that seems to blame the conservation community for the problems of Coos County, and particularly state forest land. There are 7,000 acres of state forest land in Coos County, and that Coos Bay Mill that closed, I don't think anyone disagrees that that's a tragedy that happened. And sad for the community and the workers there, obviously. But that mill probably produced 250 million board feet of lumber a year. And, you know, a 7,000 acre Board of Forestry tract might produce a couple million board feet of timber under active management. So to really pin it on state forests is problematic, I think. So there are lots of problems for rural communities, and I don't mean to undersell those tragedies, but I really, you know, I think it's unfair to overemphasize that in the context for the forests we're talking about here. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Any questions? Thanks, all of you. So we'll move to Chandra Ferrari, Jason Gonzalez, and Donald Fontenot, please.
Thank you. Chair Imeson, members of the board, and Forester Doherty. My name is Chandra Ferrari. I'm a senior policy advisor with Trout Unlimited. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today on the HCP. Trout Unlimited is a nonprofit organization dedicated to the conservation and restoration of cold water fishes. We have a 3,000 plus membership in Oregon and about 300,000 members and supporters nationwide that we work with. TU members are very connected to a lot of our North Coast rivers. And of course, a lot of our North Coast rivers support really strong fisheries and have significant blocks of state forest land attached. So because of this really strong interest in these rivers, we spend a lot of time advocating and restoring habitat along the North Coast. And some of you may be familiar with some of that work that we do. One of them is called the Salmon Superhighway. We work in Tillamook County, and we try to restore access to almost 180 miles of blocked habitat throughout 6 major salmon and steelhead rivers, Oregon's North Coast. And we work with diverse partners, Tillamook County, state and federal agencies, really important work there. So accordingly, like some of our conservation partners here today, we have a really long-standing interest in the state forests and have provided testimony many times to this board. My main purpose in providing testimony today is really pretty simple. It's to strongly encourage you to keep on this very ambitious timeline that we now have for the HCP. We, of course, have been a little disappointed in the delays as well. We like what we're hearing today, and we're really optimistic about the process moving forward. We appreciate the stakeholder input that's happened to date, so we'd like to see that continue. We think the HCP is so critical because it really would help provide security to the various partners involved in this effort. The conservation and fishing community will get security on some of our conservation commitments, and the beneficiaries of the timber program will hopefully receive security in the harvest revenues over the long term. Additionally, it will provide ODF with additional financial certainty in that the HCP will reduce the large payments that ODF currently has to make to survey for all the threatened and endangered species. Similar to Bob Van Dyke, I came here with a different recommendation for the FMP process that I'm not quite sure fits anymore, but I do know that we want the focus to be on the HCP, and I like the way that he suggested that you should have basically the FMP template ready to go so that it can accept the version of the HCP that comes out or otherwise be modified. So we really just want to make sure that the HCP is a priority, remains that way, and that there aren't a lot of diversion of resources and attention elsewhere. And also longer term, we just wanted to mention that we do hope that ODF revisits their financial situation. We have previously recommended that the board take action to develop a strategy to diversify the funding sources for the department as a parallel effort to the HCP process. We still think this makes sense, and we think it would be supported by the governor based on what we heard from Jason Miner today. And through this effort, we would hope to secure a clear sense of the costs ODF faces, as well as identifying new sources of revenue and or strategies for changing how revenue is used now. And so related to that, I just wanted you to be aware real quick that we did work with some conservation partners and ODF staff to advance a forest land transfer concept bill this session. Senator Roblin introduced the bill, and it did have a hearing in committee. Unfortunately, the bill was not supported by the chair and vice chair of the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee. We just didn't have the time to work through some of those issues. Hopefully we get an interim work group to discuss the bill further with different interested parties. And we do see this as a potential tool that could help a funding diversification effort. And we hope that you consider it as part of a larger strategy. And I'll note that Clatsop County was in support of that. So thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today, and we look forward to working with the board, the department, and other stakeholders as the HCP process proceeds. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair Imson, members of the board. For the record, I'm Jason Gonzalez, Oregon Wild, statewide conservation nonprofit. Don't need to tell you too much about us. I've been up here today and before, so I think we're going to know each other. I'm here today to speak in support of our other conservation partners who are being able to offer lengthier comments on this process, and thank the staff and board for the pursuit of a HCP that is meaningful to the landscape and actually conserving species and habitat. Something that I just wanted to kind of really lean on in addition, as well as our other partners have, is this issue of funding and funding diversification. And just to bring back up the issue that I know has been discussed here time and time again at board meetings that I've attended, which is that when we are experiencing record levels of logging across a lot of your jurisdiction, maybe not focusing on logging our way out of the problem when it doesn't seem to be working. Actually looking at what's going on, how things have been working on these landscapes in the past, it does not seem like if we're worried about our financial viability in the future as an agency, we should be focused on the active clear-cut logging our landscape. I also think that looking back on the OFRI polls that we saw earlier, if Oregonians aren't in support of clear-cutting on private lands in Oregon, I'm pretty darn sure they're not in support of logging on clear-cut logging on public lands in Oregon as well, and to continually remind this board to recognize the mixed values and mixed uses on lands under your jurisdiction, and not only the revenue streams when we're talking about that diversification, but the value systems that are or aren't being considered. And the ecosystem services that derive from these lands and all of these other things that we're looking at. I just feel like what we see here is a regular pull towards, how can we make this process work so we can log more to pay the bills? And I just want to always remind the board that I don't see any reason to think that'll ever work. It just doesn't seem to be how it goes. We're at record levels of logging, record levels of the financial problems as far as it's been explained to me. So I just don't see that pathway as one forward. And so Oregon Wild is in support of the HCP process with a heavy leaning on the conservation side, especially for Oregon's public lands. I just like to bring back that memory that when we're talking about our state forest lands, we're talking about public lands that are more in demand than ever, from more people than ever. And while we've seen those things like those numbers on record harvest and whatnot, I would think that we have similar numbers when it comes to other uses of our forest as well. And we need to recognize that these are in some regions, especially in the Coast Range, these can be the only recreational opportunities available to locals. These can be the best fishing and hiking and floating areas that we've got available to us in the Coast Range, and that need is one that is out there. And when we look at those values statements from Oregonians, it's actually the use that is the most highly noted amongst us. And so when we're talking about Oregon's public lands, I hope we can keep that framework of we're talking about public lands. We're talking about lands that all Oregonians want to enjoy, as well as those who visit our state, especially I think in the northern part of the Coast Range. Thank you.
Mr. Chair and board members, my name is Donald Fontenelle. I'm a longtime member of the Tillamook Committee of the Oregon chapter of the Sierra Club. I'm a nurse, I'm a veteran, I'm a husband, I'm a father. And I've spent a considerable amount of time in the Tillamook and Clatsop State Forest over the past 20 years, fishing, hiking, and mostly ground truthing timber sales. I've come before the Board of Forestry many, many times over the past several years. I've recently had a chance to re-engage in the state forest conversation, particularly the 2020 AOPs and how that is an implementation of the FMP. I was alarmed by what I found. When I first testified before the Board of Forestry when the plan was put forward way back in 2001, 50% of the forest was designated to be complex forest, 50%. Forestry sold the plan as a new way to manage the forest, mostly by thinning younger stands and creating older forest structure. We were concerned at that time that many of the rare stands with older forests were still open to harvest. We argued against cutting complex stands when the state forest was so far from their goal for complex forest structure. ODF reassured us by advertising their commitment to 50% complex forest structure. Fast forward to today, 2019, only 30% of most of the districts are headed for complex forest. And despite that much lower goal, only a little more than 10% of the total forest is in complex forest structure. And now the promise of older forests looks like a bait and switch. The bait was thinning and the bait was 50%. ODF sold that to the environmentalists and to the state of Oregon, and then they switched it. Despite these lower levels of complex forests, last year, ODF opened up more of these older forests to clear cut in order to pad their budget. I recently visited several sales in the Astoria district in the Buster Basin area. I was shocked to see that even with the low target of 30%, ODF is targeting complex forests for clear cutting. When only a year ago, those stands were protected from clear cutting because they had a DFC of OFS, desired future condition of older forest structure. ODF apparently has played a shell game with some of those valuable complex stands, opening old ones to harvest while moving complex designations to little slivers that are either already protected by stream buffers or that have low value for older forests. So while forestry is working on an FMP and HCP, they're also clear cutting some of the oldest stands in the forest. This is not acceptable. In this time when Trump is setting flames to government credibility, it is discouraging to see that our own Department of Forestry engaging in a shell game that has no science review and serves primarily to increase their reserve account. I urge the board to look into these changes in the Astoria district, and I invite you out into the forest to see some of these new protected areas, and then take a look at the areas that they remove protection from and add it into the clear-cut pool. This is the responsibility of the board, even if some of the decisions are made by the state forester. Part of your role is to give direction and provide oversight to the ODF. Please live up to that duty. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Questions? Thanks, all of you. And we do have one additional person, Bob Reese.
My name is Bob Reese, and I represent the Northwest Guides and Anglers Association. Our membership is made up of about 100 professional fishing guides and charter boat anglers in the state of Oregon and Southwest Washington. Collectively, we represent tens of thousands of sport anglers that come and recreate in Oregon's waters, both inland and on the ocean. I wish to reflect or support actually some of the testimony that's provided by some of the earlier members of the conservation community. We share a concern that the habitat conservation plan is not a priority for the agency at this time. We're frankly pretty excited about the opportunities that exist through the HCP process for our industry. Like Mr. Ivanoff, we have a strong interest in the health of the forests and their collective contribution to the production of wild fish that also contribute to our industry, which reflects one of the greatest transfers of wealth from urban to rural communities in the state of Oregon. According to a study in 2008, hunting, fishing, shell fishing, and wildlife viewing was worth $2.5 billion to the state of Oregon. That was a decade ago. It's certainly worth more than that now. North Coast sport fishing alone is a $150 million a year industry, again, reflecting the contribution and transfer of wealth from urban to rural communities. So the Northwest Guides and Anglers Association remains supportive of longer-term efforts to diversify revenue. We provided a white paper at one point that talked about actually taxing anglers that would actually contribute to protection of riparian buffers, and basically something that we've always called for is just the management of these public lands for the production of both fish and wildlife, as well as timber production. I do have a home in Bay City, Oregon, Tillamook County. We continue to fight our county leadership on the value of our industry to county coffers and county jobs and what they provide. That's really our fault for not highlighting that in a better capacity. And over the course of the next few months and through this HCP process, we will be bringing more information to this Board of Forestry and to our partners about what that value is to the state of Oregon. Thank you for your work. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I had a quick follow-up. I'm really pleased to hear that you put forward a white paper on coming up with an alternate revenue source, particularly taxing the value of your industry derived from state forest. What happened to that white paper and process? Did it move forward with your stakeholders?
Well, I know that it was archived by the agency. I was happy to bring that concept forward to my constituency, and still am for that matter. So I think, like a lot of documents, there's so much information, and obviously your staff has a tremendous amount of work to do, but we want to do our part. And we think, as long as something that we kind of struggle with the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission is if we understand and realize the value of the revenues that we put forward, we're happy to invest in those types of things. And it's frankly a struggle to get some of my members to understand the correlation between healthy forests and abundant fish runs. It takes a large degree of education, but we're happy to do that. And as long as we get what we're paying for, we want to invest in that.
And so just thank you. I appreciate that. And I would like to follow up with you offline because, Jason Minor, I don't know if you were here for his testimony, raised a question of who should bring these concepts to the 2021 legislature. So I would love to further that conversation with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. And of course, we just wish also the state of Oregon made a deeper investment in natural resources. As you know, probably less than 2% of the state's budget goes to natural resource agencies. And, we need a more robust investment from the people of Oregon.
Thank you.
Tom?
Yes.
While they're getting settled, just as a stray thought, at one time we had a subcommittee on state forests. It might be time to think about reconstituting a subcommittee on state forests specifically tasked with the job of looking into opportunities for resource diversification in light of the invitation from the governor to come up with some ideas for the 2021 legislature.
We did have a subcommittee. I think one of the, and I'm not disagreeing with your proposal, one of the things we learned is that state forest issues tend to be a matter for the whole board, and that I'm not sure that's true of the revenue situation. I'd also say, as you recall, we have come up with other policy option packages for state forests, and we've never gotten to first base. So I welcome the interest in that. I mean, we did that for a recreation-related package, and it wasn't to go do a lot of new things either. It was really trying to keep our heads above water because of the increasing use of the forest. So I think that is something worth pursuing. We're still in the 19 legislature, so.
Yeah, that might be a discrete enough subtopic that the subcommittee might be able to make some headway with it.
This was, as you indicated at the outset, this is an informational item today. We've had a lot of discussion and I think good questions that have come up. And then we've heard the public testimony. I think one of the things that, or at least one of the threads of that was a concern that we are not making an HCP a high priority. And I think I think the plan that's been outlined here today underscores what a high priority it is. And it is unfortunate it had birthing problems at the beginning because of the funding side of that. But I think it is a really strong interest of this board to pursue that. And I think that our idea at the outset was that we needed to, even before we got into the FMP, was we needed to be doing work to sort out how to improve the current forest management plan. And in this case, even though there have been concerns expressed from time to time that it is diverting attention to be doing both tracks, everything that we heard really from this group earlier today was that these are complementary approaches, and that it actually will help us if we decide to take the HCP path to have been doing the work that we're doing with the staff is working on with respect to the forest management plan. So I mean, I recognize that there may be differences in having what information at what time, but I really, personally anyway, I want to encourage us to continue down this road that we're currently on that was outlined today. But
yeah, I had one clarification. There was a concern that there's not enough timber harvest scheduler or economics staffing this process. And I believe I heard you say that you have a team of economists and timber harvest schedulers working at ICF.
Absolutely. When anytime you do an HCP, whether it's timber related or not, economics is a big piece of it. Of course, we have to know what it's going to cost and what the eventual economic benefits and impacts will be from that. And so our team brings that to the table, and of course, we're working closely with ODF staff who have a tremendous amount of inherent expertise already. And there has just sort of related to that, I think. As we move through, even before we get to the comparison process later next year, the reason why the discussions about conservation strategies and discussions about effects analysis are linked is because of that issue. I mean, we really do have to understand what are the covered activities, what level of harvest are we even talking about over time, what potential effects might that have on species, and then ask the question, how much conservation do we need to provide? So they go hand in hand, and they relate to one another completely. So we have to have that expertise in our group. Yep.
Thank you.
Yes, Brenda.
Liz, I have a question for you. It's kind of an obnoxious question, but
Great.
and I'm thinking about you're going to hire those contractors at next spring to assess how you're doing on the twin goals, right?
Correct.
And to illustrate where I'm going, if you're in a real estate transaction and you're buying a commercial building for $2 million and there's a willing buyer and a seller, you have to then, if you've got a bank involved, you've got to go out and get an appraiser. You hire this contractor to appraise it for you. And they're licensed and all of that, and they have their whole process, and they give you a whole lot of paper with a bunch of comps and all of that. And it always comes in at, almost always comes in at $2 million or slightly over, and the deal happens. Then, if you're in another situation where you've got the same building, but you've got to do a family deal, and you hire that same appraiser, and that same appraiser then is kind of trying to seek out some hints about what you really want. And if they get the hint that you want a low appraisal, somehow that same appraiser is able to appraise that same piece of property, and it comes in at, instead of $2 million, at $1.3 million, or vice versa, depending on the hint. How do you ensure when you hire this contractor, and what will you do to ensure that you are not messaging to them what the result you want will be? I told you it was an obnoxious question.
Hopefully it's not $1.2 million, first of all. No, I think that's a fair question. We have an established process for drafting an RFP. This is government speak, so it may not be very exciting for you. It goes through our procurement process. It goes through DOJ. They're looking at the request for proposals and assuring that it meets their state standards for fair approach to seeking consultants to do the work. There is also in our process an established set of criteria that those proposals are judged against, and all that's transparent. And then there's a cost piece as well. And we don't necessarily go to the lowest bidder. We go to the consultant that brings the full, the best well-rounded set of skills. Signaling, as far as your point, like, are we going to tip our hat and say, please find that this meets the twin goals? I don't think, well, I would just say that I don't think that would show much integrity. And I think our staff and team have a high degree of integrity. And I don't think it would serve this board well. You would see through that if there were some hokey analysis.
May I?
Just a point of clarification. So there was a document, and I wasn't here at the time, Board of Forestry Work Plan, January 18th to March 20th, State Forest Division, and it shows a set of steps in the forest management planning process. And for spring 2019, it says the board is to review evaluation of financial and conservation outcomes for proposed goals, strategies, and standards in the context of GPV, and provide direction to revise FMP goals, strategies, and standards. Is that what this contractor is going to? I'm not clear where we are with that. Since that,
do you mind reading that to me? I don't have the document in front of me.
Board of Forestry Work Plan, January 18 to March 2020, State Forest Division. And it has, steps in the forest management plan revision process. And it starts back in January 2018, and then every couple of board meetings, there's kind of a check-in. So I think that might be what Bob Van Dyke was referring to earlier.
Sure.
So I'm kind of wondering where this piece fits. Do you want me to read that?
No. So I think so. A couple things. Correct. There, we had brought to the board a stair-stepped approach on how to move through this process. We made a lot of headway, I would say. Had a lot of success last year. The work plan was adopted. We're also directed to go as far as we could in developing a draft forest management plan to help expedite the process. But in the meantime, continue working with that stair-stepped approach. There were several other accomplishments. The board approved a means to evaluate and compare financial viability and conservation outcomes as compared to the current plan, adopted draft guiding principles, and then reviewed draft goals, strategies, and measurable outcomes. But then we were asked to develop a vision and characterize what's working and not working in the forest management plan. You'll remember we brought that a couple board meetings ago. So a great amount of headway made. The position we find ourselves in at this point is that a consistent feedback and messages that we hear from stakeholders, the counties, and to some degree some of the Board of Forestry members is that it's very hard to judge and make a decision around a policy such as a goal or a strategy without knowing the full picture. What are the standards? What are the measurable outcomes? What are the targets? And that needs to be accompanied. Any of that work needs to have, needs more detail, needs to have data, and needs an analysis. So as we step back, what I am suggesting here is that this is a better way of, and it is responsive to that concern. So that's just an explanation, maybe in response to Mr. Van Dyke's comments. When you are saying, are we in that step of the process, you're talking about the review analysis spot? Yeah. So I think basically what we would be doing is setting ourselves up throughout the summer and working with the contractor to do that analysis.
Yeah, I would say we had additional board products that the board asked us to produce, in terms of the vision statement, a bunch of work on what was wrong with the current plan and what were the strategies to go forward. So we did go do that work and then worked with the vision document and brought that back.
So I'm just not clear where we are in those steps. So maybe at some point, doesn't have to be now, some point in the future, we can kind of get back on track or figure out where we are on track.
Sure.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, and I know in particular the step that Brenda, you identified was one that I had really been looking forward to. And that was, how are we going to, what are the units we're going to use to measure and compare financial viability and conservation outcomes between the proposed new plan and the current plan. And I think, at least to my reading, that was on the original work plan what you were going to be bringing to us at this meeting. Now, obviously, we've asked you to do lots of other stuff, so it's, it's delayed, but I'd like to know when we're going to see that. And presumably, you're going to pick up on the check-in steps that were in that original work plan, and we'll see you before next spring when you come to us with the proposed draft FMP with some of those intermediate steps so that we can continue to provide some feedback to that plan development.
Well, so a couple things. Our plan for coming back to the board is in September at this point, as I shared in the next steps. Well, that's the next time then the State Forest Division is going to be back at this table. And
will you be coming back to us both HCP and FMP in September, or just HCP?
Well, these processes are integrated. And so we'll always be updating you all on where we are in those processes.
Are you likely to be able to bring us sort of your proposal for what you're going to be using for measurable outcomes on financial viability and conservation outcomes?
So I want to be careful about overpromising. We have not put out the RFP yet, and that's the place where we're going to really be able to characterize what that comparative analysis would look like.
Maybe you can provide us just a revised timeline for those work plan steps between now
I
and
sure
when?
can.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, it's pretty simple at this point. What the plans that we've laid out is that we'd be back to talk about the HCP in September, and we could provide an FMP update at that point, and then we'd be back in March with that comparative analysis.
Yeah, I think Cindy got to my question related to what makes up the RFP. I mean, what questions are going to be asked?
Sure.
When would we see that, or will we see that?
Yeah, of course. We're still developing that RFP, and when we're ready to actually put that on the streets, we will share that. We can make that available to the board members. No problem.
Yeah, it's sort of like the original plan had certain things you were going to come back to us and check in on, and the timeline shifted, but are you still planning on coming back to us and checking in with us on those things that were in the original work plan?
I mean, to put it bluntly, the time that we're coming back to the plan right now as we proposed it is we would come in September and we'll come in March. So we are more than happy to share that RFP. So you can see where that is going. We can follow up, and Brenda has asked that we follow up and talk a little bit about board process. Happy to do that. But as far as formally coming back to the board, those are the two checkpoints right now, September and March.
I'm not sure I am completely happy with the shift, because there's a number of sort of intermediate steps that we had expected you to come back to us with to reach decisions to say, give you the nod, yes, you're go in the direction we anticipated and expected. And it sounds like you've jettisoned those checkpoints.
Well, and so I'll remember also, though, that when we established those checkpoints and then many steps, many, I believe all the board members that were here and approved that, were also realizing the transition in terms that were coming up and whether the state forest could move quickly through the checklist and the importance of moving quickly. And what we've heard back from the board and in particular, last time, we're not getting feedback at those intermediate check-ins. We're having discussions on other topics that are unrelated to the goals, objectives, or measurable outcomes. So the board did give, I think, some latitude to us to come back when we had enough information with a fleshed out, detailed plan. So we tried the stepwise approach, which we talked about, was my idea. I think it's proven its worth up to a point with the principles. It hasn't proved its worth very much in terms of moving quickly and getting feedback since then, at least not in public board meetings.
Yeah, and I appreciate what you're trying to do here. I really do. I understand it. I feel like as I've been a member of this board and the feedback this board has been providing, you're trying to react to that, and I appreciate that. Trying to get that data so we can really begin to look at it. So I appreciate what you're doing, and I understand how you're trying to divert from that stair-step approach. So
any other comments? We're at our.
So my final comment and point relates to where I was trying to get clarity of what you're proposing in terms of the analysis of the two approaches. And just to let you know, I think it is very important that we have an independent assessment of the two approaches, however you want to characterize them, as the HCP and the FMP, as incidental take versus take avoidance, but the comparison in terms of what they produce relative to the twin goals as each of them separately as compared to the current FMP. If you do it in the sequential way you're saying, I don't think it would be, if you first say analyze the FMP, the new FMP proposal, the take avoidance proposal against the current FMP with respect to the twin goals, and then look at the HCP only with respect to that take avoidance FMP, we will know how they do relative to each other, but we won't know how the HCP does relative to the current FMP. And they're likely to have, the ideal would be that we would end up that both of them would, quote, meet the twin goals. We would see some improvement in conservation outcome and some improvement in financial viability. But I want that baseline assessment compared to the current FMP. Otherwise, we're looking at, sort of one of them meets the twin goals and one of them does a little better on one and a little worse on the other, but we haven't answered the question if it itself meets the twin goals with respect to the FMP.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, everybody. We like to thank all those who participated today. The board will now have an executive session pursuant to ORS 1926602H for the purpose of conferring with legal counsel regarding the board's rights and duties related to current litigation or litigation likely to be filed. No decision will be made in that executive session. And at the end of that executive session, the board will adjourn, so we won't be back in this room.
So, we're taking a break. We're starting up at 3:45. Yeah. Yeah.